How are you all doing? That is very, very lucky, Yagamillites. How did you find the Basilisk guide, my friend? Randy, how are we doing? Matt slash Parasite and NSL Master. A wave to you, sir. How is everyone doing this fine and fantastic Friday? Anyone had any luck with their rev keys? Shakiri, how you doing, dude? Haven't seen you in a while. You okay? What we're going to do, actually, I need to figure out... Oh, I hate this. Brian, how you doing, bro? Edwin, nice to see you. Wrong one. Hold on. There we go. Let's switch over to the main account. And then we'll show off the free-to-play a little bit. No, we're not doing potatoes. Not yet. 2 10%, 2 30%. Yeah. Hey, Sandy. But that's all right, Rand, isn't it? We can't complain too much. Do you know what happened for me today? I ended up getting my Grimoire to the next level. So, big stonks. Level 100 for book 2, which is fantastic. So, we're getting there. Brian, send it through to me. Sorry, dude. Send it through to me. We'll do it today. I haven't got loads planned for today, and typically my dog has decided that today's the day, the first time in her 3-year-old life, that she's not going to be very well. So she hasn't been very well today. So I'm not sure how the stream's going to go. Yeah, Brian, do it, bro. We'll jump on. To be fair, I'm fine jumping onto yours straight away, my friend. And we'll do that. Basilisk. Well, Basilisk isn't the right one. Basilisk, because Williams is our guy, Randy, because we're doing some Void campaign, and he's at 149. Power Plays, another name I haven't seen in a while. How are you doing, man? Power Plays, one of the OG names that I'm seeing there. Yeah, she'll be. Her name's Indy. To be fair, she's a Rottweiler. So she's a big dog, and she's a greedy dog. So she eats everything she comes across, right? So in truth, we're amazed she hasn't been ill before. But she, so I got home an hour and a half ago, and she hasn't been very well since I've been home. So, yeah. Hey, Mark, how are you, bro? Samurai, listen, I'm not in control of the ads. You should have probably had one ad, and that's it. You'll be pleased to know that there is no ads throughout. Sorry, I was just trying to think there. For some reason, with live streams on YouTube, if you put an ad on, or if you monetize it, you have to have a pre-roll ad. You can't get away with it. The reason I do that is my VODs actually do quite well off a stream. So it's just nice to get an ad at the start. But you won't have any throughout the stream. I don't put them on. It's not worth it. Brian, we'll do that. Blanc, how you doing, man? Yes, Power, I'm doing all right, dude. I'm doing all right. It's nice to see an older name that I haven't seen in a while. It's nice to see that you're back, man. I hope you're doing well. To be fair, maybe you've always been here and you're just a professional lurker. I don't know. But yeah, so Randy, yeah, it's true. I mean, obviously my situation's like a little bit different. I've gone down the route that Williams is going to be our Void campaign pusher, Aspen's our Star Expedition, and Basilisk's our PvP guy. So this weekend, I really want to push far with Williams as far as I can do, so that I can take... to be fair, it probably doesn't matter, because Aspen's the one that will suffer. Take Aspen down, build Basilisk up, right? So we can do some PvP during the week. Oh, well done, Power. That's okay, man. I don't mind. People go through phases, don't they? Brian, let's get onto Brian's account. If we've got time, because Excalibur has been busy with work, right? But Excalibur... Oh, it is... Do you know what? It is Damage. I thought it was. Sorry, Brian, because you have different names. I forget. Connor, how are you, man? Have I learnt the setups for Williams for Void campaign? I don't know what specifically you mean. I will go through how I've set it up in a bit. Let's check out our man Brian. Because Brian, you've got a tasty account, right? I think you said to me before you asked me about it, and I was like, well, you're like further than me. So advice-wise isn't going to be the most optimal advice, but we can certainly give it a go. Power, we'll see how we're doing. We'll see how we're doing on time. The thing is, right, I've been quite happy not doing account reviews. And I don't mean that I don't like going on people's accounts, but switching between's just, yeah. Oh, you're Blanc from the forum. Blanc, are you the chap who got given the account and is absolutely stacked, and you don't necessarily perhaps know what to do with it? Is that you? Yes, it is you. Blanc, maybe at some point we will do, because it'll be interesting, because we can obviously give you advice. Cinder, how you doing, man? Yeah, that's fine. I don't like this music. I don't like this music. Ah, Connor. Are you one of the twins, Connor? I'm used to seeing a different name. It's an A-. It's an A-, monkey. Right. This is Damage Overdose, i.e. Brian's account. Let's go through the heroes. We've got ourselves Madeline, Queen, Aspen, Melissa, Betty, Elena, Wukong, Natalie. Nice. Only tree 4 for Olivia. You managed to get the speed up without going the final level then. It's not that old an account though, is it? I'm judging from the food. 264. No, so it's not a crazy old account. I like the fact you got 2 damage dealers. So do you use Wukonginator for your Void campaign? Yeah, hi Connor. I thought it was you. I didn't recognise. Yeah. Well, you can use Wukong for your clear for sure. Wukong's fantastic. We may end up getting Hanchuk's been in the last couple of streams. Hanchuk has this most amazing account with a Wukong. He got lucky pulling an A- tier. And so Wukong's his main hero, and he's cleared chapter 10 or 11 with Wukong, and it's not a stupid Wukong. So yeah, you can definitely do it, man. You can definitely do it with Wukong. So then you wouldn't have to push forward for someone else. I don't think chapter 10. Yeah, Randy. Listen, let me check what he's done. And do you know what's wild, right? Is the level he was to clear it. Like, it's absolutely insane. So his chapter 10 clear, he was 126 million attack. To put that into reference, that is lower than anyone else has recorded for any other hero. And his chapter 11, did he clear it? No, he hasn't cleared 11 yet. So he has the best recorded Void campaign 10 clear, and it's with the Wukong. He hasn't cleared it yet. I think I did speak to him the other day, and I think he said, I don't want to lie, I think he said he maybe is giving up the chapter 11 because it's quite difficult. He also did say, again, I don't want to put words in his mouth, that he wouldn't recommend doing Wukong. But he got an A-. It made sense to push forward with it. You're at 911. Yes, a difficult wave. That's where we're at, Brian, and that's what we're going to try and push forward today. I don't think you will get clear here with a Wukong. 177 million. Jesus Christ. I didn't. Why is your Wukong only at 106? Oh, Star Cell. Okay. I was just thinking that's a huge difference. Let me see. But obviously, this is like people that have made their accounts incredibly optimally. So, yeah. The lowest is 136 million. And then it's 161, 168. And seeing the person that got that top clear, he knows what he's doing. So yeah, you might struggle. Possibly. I'm not going to do it though because I don't want to mess it up for you, Brian, because I don't know enough about it. Let's look at the artifacts. Demon Bell, Mirror, Lingering, Mirror, Dragon Rui, Demon Bell, Scissors, nice. Got a couple more scissors. Lucky Cat, I like it. Glittery Breath of Forest, you got another mirror ready to go. That's fascinating. Now, bear in mind your account's only a year old. How did this thing come to light? Will, how are you, man? So Brian, what is a splendid Devil's Power doing on your account? Yeah, we do not talk about. And bear in mind, I am someone that likes Devil's Power more than most. Let's face it, you can't like it least the most. So, hey man, how are you? Anatomic Godzilla. It's stuck forever. Yeah, I think so. It's not even because you haven't even you've deified it as well. So like that's a proper. But listen, you've got all the other artifacts. Like it doesn't matter, does it? It just that made me laugh. That made me giggle. And you said you're at 9-1. The issue is because you're an Aspen account. I have no idea what he's capable of doing. I mean, this is where we're stuck with Williams, but we'll clear that today. No, not today, Atomic. Not today. Obama Square. SSM GOAT. It was someone has to be the GOAT. Will, I'm pretty sure, is the only person that uses him. I'm only joking. Yeah, we can do speed orders. Hold on a minute. Why is this guy not built up? This is the one you want, my man. Over this one. It's only... Nah, bro. What are you doing? Get rid of this piece of crap right here. This needs to go. Put all them resources onto this one. Off, on. That's for SE. What, damage reduction? Hold on, because I trust Cinder, and Cinder's telling me this is for SE. What, 9.8% is on for... Hard mode is hard. No, I get that. Okay. But Cinder, I would suggest that our friend, who wants to clear further in Void campaign, could do with getting rid of this. Oh, shame, that's not a bad... To build this up. Surely. Yeah, Atomic, definitely at some point, my man. Let's presume that you've pushed to 151. I haven't bothered pushing past 140. It's something I need to do desperately. I just have never bothered with it. Standard. I don't know why I'm looking here. I don't even do Tower of Dream. You're at depth 40. I think I'm at depth 15. That's the 15 times I've remembered to do it. Oh, let's claim all that out for you. Nice and chonky householders. That's fine. Madeline, nice and quick. We love to see it. I mean, let's see what your speed order currently is. That's okay, Cinder. Always call it out, man. Because listen, most of you know more than me. So I'm always happy to be called out on things that I'm doing wrong. It's how I learn. Yeah, well, I'm seeing a mass... Who? Why is your Wukong so slow compared to... because you've got everyone else in a bloody house. I mean, they don't need to be in a house, is probably my recommendation. So, yeah, but the idea with Star Expedition... When you regress star spawns, do you keep their wishes? Yeah. I mean, if you want to sort your speed order out, I'd like bin everyone out of their house. Yeah, you keep everything. Yeah, so why don't you... I know you get the resources back. What I'm saying specifically, you keep the wishes. Nice one, Matt. Okay. So, bear in mind, it's not Star Expedition. Then perhaps we'd turn around and say... We'd regress this one to boost this one up to give us all damage dealt and precision. But that's just my take on the situation. I would also, Brian, take these people out of the houses, because this is what is absolutely messing up or making it very hard to get your speed order right, because you haven't got Queen in a home. So your Queen's like the slowest person on your team. Oh, she's quicker than Aspen. Why is that? She's so quick. Why is she so... No, it doesn't matter. I just find it fascinating. 2211. Yeah, your Wukong needs to be quicker, man. Because your Wukong's going after your Aspen. So he's putting fragile after... No, you don't need to remove everyone, but like, if we look here, and here comes a famous VH tenant rant, right? If we look at what Queen's giving you in a home, we'll ignore the rest, because literally, she's Betty in this. Betty doesn't matter. Let's ignore that. Let's look at Melissa. So, nope. How is Melissa so quick then? So, Madeline in this house is gaining 50,000 attack, but it therefore makes her harder to put in the correct speed order because she's in the house. She might as well not be there. Aspen's getting 18 million attack. He's getting 10 million attack from the Queen. But his total attack's 177. 10 million sounds really nice, and it is. But if you could then put Queen in to make her quicker, but we can do that without that. We could do that. We can make her quicker. Yeah. Well, it doesn't hurt Madeline being the quickest, and you haven't got... I've been learning things today, and because you haven't got Natalie, it matters less, because we're not worried what she's replicating. That's not affecting us. Do you mind if I take people out of houses? Do you mind if I do that? Because it'll make it so much easier to set up. You have some SP for speed. Oh, listen, Brian. That's another reason then why. Okay. But the problem is, I don't know anything about soul power. Embarrassingly. So your Madeline must have it, because your Madeline... You do have Natalie. So who would we be rocking? So we rocking Queen, Melissa, Wukong, Natalie, damage dealer, and then either Madeline, PD, or Betty, depending. It does matter. So realistically, you want Wukong to go first, then you want Natalie to go, because you want Natalie to replicate his debuffs. And then you want Melissa or Queen, doesn't matter at that point. And we still want Aspen last. But I don't know how we're going to get Natalie, because Natalie's so slow. Just put it on heroes and they gain stats. Yeah. Yeah, and then whoever else. So, for instance, because the reason you want to do that, if you have Queen going first with a DGN, you run the risk that she's going to replicate Queen's crit debuff, which you don't want to do. You want to put Wukong first so that she replicates the Wukong debuffs. And ultimately, the all damage dealt doesn't matter, right? For the rest of your heroes other than your main hero. So even though, yes, Queen... you'd think would want to go first. It doesn't really matter as long as obviously she goes well before your Aspen. But your Wukong's way too slow. I can't figure out why he's so slow. You've got Speed Stone on. Oh, well, this doesn't help. But I don't think that's going to make a massive difference, is it? Has he got his own armor? He does. I'm struggling to see how he's... And he's got a quick copy at 2251. But Melissa's not a homeowner, or she is, but she hasn't got anyone in the house. So how is she so much quicker? What am I missing here? What? Is it 911? But why? I'm not. How am I How is they so much quicker? This is what I'm not understanding. Why is Melissa so quick? Hold on. What has Will just said? Because Will, I spoke to a few people today and they've gone against what you've said, but I trust you more. DGen can move the full debuff stack. Understood. So you want Wukong and LBRM above DGen in speed order for Giga damage reduce. You can also put Wukong under your LFA if you plan to kill round 2. This way Wukong will not stun 2 times. So we'd want DGN third is what we're saying. Wukong, LBRM, Natalie, then Queen plus whoever else you're using, Madeline or whatever. Hey Ben, how you doing, man? Yeah, well, she does. Yeah, but the others all do as well. This is what I'm not understanding. She has a speed HP stone on, but she's at 2,359. It's not a quick copy. And Wukong's 2,251. He's got a speed stone. He's got speed enables. And he's got a quicker copy. So how comes Wukong's nearly 100 slower? I don't get it. Am I being really stupid? Don't answer that. You haven't infused her, have you? So her enables are making her go quicker. That would, I presume you haven't done that. No. No, but he hasn't got any tenants. Yeah, Mira does, but so does Demon Bell. So this gives her 25 speed. Oh, what was Wukong? Yeah. Oh. I'm thinking of Sonata. Sorry, I'm being an idiot. That's why. So we need another mirror. All right, listen, I don't have a standard Demon Bell. I only rock evil Sonatas, all right? This is first world problems over here. Take that. Come back here. You're going to get the mirror. Or we give the Dragon Rui, because that gives 100 speed. And then so we're going to go... Right, I need to look, because it's not my account. Right, so I'm trying to think. So Wukong and LBRM quickest. That's fine. They're going to be the quickest. Is that sorted out his speed now? It has. Then we want Natalie, 2274. Then we want Queenie. Oh, shit. No. 2274. He only had 2 tenants in as well. We can do this. No, wrong one. We can do this. We can figure this out. She's definitely got a speed. Yeah. 2283, 2274. Which will just make Natalie quicker. Same speed. Oh, easy. Right. Ben. I don't know how to do the soul power thing, so we're not doing that. But we want to rock. I'm presuming we want to rock Natalie in this team, right? So we need to take that off her. Ah, oh, right. That's why she was slow. Okay, I'm getting confused with all the different ones, but we'll put Demon Bell on her. 2294. That's cool. So let's strip off Elena, because I get confused when they've all got their stuff on when we're not actually using them. So we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We need someone else. Madeline, PDE. It is 911, so it's Flame Strike Valkyrie. I don't want Betty in there. Is there any point PDE? And but Madeline's got the Star Soul, so I feel like Let's do this. We don't need any more energy feed. Lucky cat. She's well too quick. Actually, Will, I know you talk about damage reduction. Oh no, it's damage reduction offset she does. She doesn't strip damage reduction, does she? No, it's just damage reduction offset. Reduces control immunity, so we want her to be slow. Which might be a struggle. I mean, I say that, I don't even know if we're going to be able... Jonathan, how you doing, man? The Lucky Cat is a phenomenal artifact, bro. The Lucky Cat is such a good artifact. When you've got... And bear in mind, we've got Madeline in the team. And she's Nirvana. So, because we've got energy feed absolutely sorted, we don't need any more energy feed. Let's give the Lucky Cat. Give us some more all damage dealt, baby. Some more tankiness. If you had 2 Lucky Cats, we'd be rocking 2 Lucky Cats. I absolutely promise you that. Right. 2274. That's fine. We can sort that. Because we can do 1, 2, 2284. Perfect. And 2284 is still going to be slower than our Natalie. Which it is. Perfect. I'm going to presume you've got all of the... Yeah, but well, that's it. But her, annoyingly, she's got like... she reduces control immunity and stuff like that. Oh no, she doesn't. She increases control immunity. She must do a debuff, surely. She doesn't. Listen, as long as she's going before Aspen, we don't really care. We're gonna try and beat this. I'm not holding out much hope, right? Because I don't know exactly what's required for Aspen to pass this. But we're gonna give it a good crack. That's what she said. No, that's not what she said. God, so I hate doing this. Get all the dot reduce off. Let's go line it up and see. Horrible, brutal, nasty wave, man. Queenie, Madeline. I don't think it matters. We'll see. Oh, Lion looks super cool. We'll go Phoenix. We'll go Natalie. We can always switch it. And we'll see. Hey, Finn. How are you, man? Maddie sucks, worst hero. I know. Our Wukong didn't get a thing. This is a horrible wave. I'm hoping. I can change it, Ben. We have the facilities. Let's change it immediately. We're going to try and beat this wave as well today on my main account with RFW. The problem is with Valkyrie waves, and this is why Void Campaign sucks, is that if you sat here having this on an auto clicker all night, you'd clear it. But is that fun? No. Is that kind of what you're going to have to do? Probably. And then what will happen? You get stuck in the next wave. Not the exact next wave. Auto click for days wave. Yep, Matt, 100%. We'll try it one more time. We're not going to go, shit. We're not going to do loads of it. To be fair, Brian, like, the issue is this. Your account and my account are very similar spots. I'm not in a position to give you advice on it because that's not my area. Like, for instance, I know nothing about soul power and stuff like that. So therefore, me sitting here saying, this is what you should do, is just irrelevant. Yeah, Ben, exactly. And I hate it. And do you know what's so annoying, so frustrating, right? They've created that problem because of Betty. And what they should have really done is like giving them all 2000% twine immunity. so that you can still CC, but you just don't have to use Betty. And then they could have made it so much better rather than just RNG it. I mean, Hanchok, I was talking to about it because of his Wukong account, and he I mean, it's just obviously a generic estimate. He was like, one of the clears was probably like 10,000 to 1. Like he had to do it 10,000 times on auto click. Like that's so silly. Not from his point of view, from the game's point of view, that's where we're at. Because Argent, what we need to do, you do need to get them CC'd, the Valkyrie CC'd round 1. If you don't get them CC'd, like here, they're going to burn us to death. Now, admittedly, if we were auto-clicking, we could go down the riskier route. But we're not auto-clicking. Yeah, I think it is doable. I don't... Yeah. Yeah, but it did use... Well, listen. It's fun in the early stages of Void campaign. Trying to figure out different pathings around different routes, right? But now it's just Betty cheese to the next roadblock. and then sit there and struggle. It's not really fun, to be honest. Well, I don't think it's fun. Right. So, Brian, apologies, man. That's the speed order anyway. Aspen has to be going last. And don't worry about the houses. I appreciate you want to do it because you've got... This isn't mine, Finn. But we are on 911. But yeah, Brian, don't worry about... Just because you've got the Celestial Island mats, don't worry about it. The only reason the houses are there at this point is to help your speed order out. But putting... I presume Betty's here for PvP. Like, this makes sense because you get her as quick as possible. But for Void campaign, your Aspen wasn't slowest, and that's a problem. And your Wukong was the very slowest, and that was a problem. So, yeah. I mean, your account itself is looking cool. I would really look into the Wukong thing, because Wukong's going to clear your Void campaign easier than Aspen will, and it's a giant Killer the Fire copy. Oh, do you know why I'm really annoyed at myself that Ben has said that? Is because I changed that before stripping them down, and on my account we're about to go on. That's exactly what I've done. Am I being... Right, sorry, I'm looking for a different artifact. I might need to put... Have we got enough demon bells? I think we've got enough demon bells. We might have to get another demon bell. We'll see. Hey, Daddy Zico. What is the best artifact for DTV? What is the best artifact for DTV? Am I right in saying, because, hold on, do you know what? Patho, I was talking to Patho the other day, and he's like the DTV god. And I've already forgotten what he said. Let me check what he's told me, and then I can tell you from the person that has cleared the furthest with him. So DTV, apparently, 3, so splendid melodic strings, yeah, he's given me advice based on early game because that's what I asked for. But he said melodic strings. And he said it's more broken compared to a 3-star Endless Cane. But he also said Vulcan's max damage is a round 1 basic with a round 2 active. So therefore, you'd be looking, if you're early game, you'd be looking at using the Glittery Breath of Forest. And then I suppose as you move further on and you build up stacks of other stuff, you'd then be looking at... would it be Rocket? Or just like here, where you just use anti-class? Yeah, well, Breath of Forest is kind of used as like a generic don't want to start the fight with 100 energy kind of artifact. It's not strictly true. It's not strictly true. And do you know what's so funny? Will's here, and Will was talking about this with Lucky. I think it was Lucky. And Will said to him that Breath of Forest, it has like a 300% skill damage. But obviously that's only good the lower your active skill does anyway. For instance, if your active skill does 300% damage, 300% skill damage, and you give it another 300%, it's doubled in power. If you're doing 2,500 and you give it another 300%, it's nowhere near as much of a cap. And I was like, yeah, that's... And I thought that was obvious, but I think people look at the 300% and think that's amazing. I've got something amazing to show you guys. It's my Void campaign sigil. Oh, we're doing more damage there. Yeah, Brian, give that. Do you know what? I wasn't looking if he was getting around one active. Sorry. We might need to chuck on a couple more demon bells. Oh, all 3 Valkyries stunned. Oh, this was so frustrating if I haven't put enough demon bells. So we don't get the round one active here. Yes, we're going to. Okay. Oh. Nah, do you know what? I don't know. It doesn't feel good enough. Yeah. What do you mean you didn't know it was flat, Matt? So if you do like 1,000% and you have a 300% Breath of Forest, it then does 1,300%. So close. I've got the dot removal, Shakiri. It's on all of the supports. What do you mean, sigil? What have you not done? Oh, what on earth has happened here? Oh, it's going to give me the walkthrough now. Yeah, okay. I don't even know which one I'm supposed to look at. Oh. Nice. Why is this thing here? Yes, Finn, that is it. Yeah. It's only its active skills. Wasn't running VC. Well, what were you supposed to? Listen, I'm not messing around with your sigils because I don't know enough about them, even though I've managed to pick up a stunning Void campaign one. But no, you're fine. Listen, as I said, I think that was skill damage for Star Expedition. I think you've got to the point in the game. Oh, yeah, but do you not? Oh, right. Am I being an absolute moron here? But are they not all equipped, or am I being stupid? Why am I being stupid? I know they're different level. So do I click on here and click replace? I don't know what I'm doing. No, I'm not doing it. I'll do it on my account in a minute. You can tell me how to do it. And then we can let Brian do it himself because I don't want to mess it up. It's not my account. I've only got one sigil worth having. So for me, there's no issues whatsoever. So I can afford to mess it up. Yeah, I'm not doing it. So leave me alone. I presume it's not a problem, but at the same time, I ain't risking shit on someone else's account. Brian, as I said, I'm really sorry I couldn't be more help, dude. I hope the others were helpful, but I don't. We're at like very similar points, so it's hard for me to give advice because I haven't gone further, and I'm unfortunately not a savant. I just buy stuff. What about your next heroes to build? Well, you need someone for Void campaign. If you don't feel comfortable, using Wukong as your main damage dealer, which you can do, you've already got a God Clear Defy copy, then really you kind of need to look at what I did, which is get yourself Williams. Because Aspen is now at chapter 9, really starts to go downhill compared to the others. But you either use Wukong or you sell Wukong. I can't remember if he was soulbound. Certainly if he's not soulbound and you don't want to use him, well then you need to get rid of the Wukong to buy a Williams, right? Yeah. Or get an allocator. He isn't soulbound. But then fine, but you don't need a God Killer Defy Wukong on your account if you're not using him as your main damage dealer. So, yeah. And in terms of what should you do? Well, you need to fully infuse your Wukong up. You need to build around your Wukong a bit more. So you wouldn't have Aspen on your team. So therefore, Wukong would have the Star Soul when you're not doing Star Expedition. And therefore, he'd get the buffs from DGN's Bright Blessing and Melissa's whatever it's called. So even just taking Aspen out of the team and building him up with the Star Soul, he'll do a lot more for you. Should you sell him? I don't think there's an issue selling him because if you sold him and then managed to get yourself a Williams is going to be easier for you to use, right? but you'd still have Wukong to use in your team, but you just don't need name minus. Depends how much you sell. Yes, you either main Wukong, or you get rid of the giant Killer Defier copy because you're not using it. And I don't mean that in a horrible way, but it would be like if I appreciate, because it's Wukong, people think differently, but say I had a God Killer Defier on my Melissa, it'd be like, well, what's the point of her having God Killer Defier, right? If you're not going to use him as your main damage dealer, don't have God Killer Defier, and you might as well sell him, buy a different copy that's going to do exactly the same as a support, but just for a lot cheaper, and then you can go and get yourself a Williams. Or you'd keep Wukong, make him your main. Now, should we check out my sigil? And tell me how I switch sigil. So this is what I've got. Is this active then, or not? Am I being really stupid? How do I make it active? Or is it the case that you level up the slots and then place it? Yeah, it is active. So this is good, right? I'm happy with this. This is a good sigil. Hey Kay, how you doing, man? Perfect. I don't want to try replacing it in case it goes wrong. I haven't got any sigils to replace it with. Check me out, Will. I burnt through loads of sigils the other day. Should we go get more sigils? I've got 60. No, listen, I haven't got anything to replace it with. I've got 3 sigils. I've got 3 sigils on the account. Oh, God's sake. That's so frustrating. I've got 3. Look, if I go to replace, I haven't got nothing to replace it with. Oh, that sucks anyway. Right. Oh. Did I just do the wrong thing? Right, so if I replace with that, it's still level 20. I don't know. I'm getting embarrassed at this point. I don't want to feed it to it. These are my only... the level 1. No, stop bullying me. Everyone's bullying me, right? This is the Williams. Oh. Oh. That makes more sense now. That's why... Right, so when it says... I don't know why I clicked on that. When it says feed the original for XP, if I clicked no... So if I went like this... Like that, it's going to give all the experience from that 20 levels, but I keep the sigil. If I clicked that, it's also going to feed the sigil. So if I went like that, but I keep the sigil. Perfect. I understand. I'm going to make a beginner guide video now. Basilisk isn't God. Basilisk is here. And, depending how successful Void campaign is today, regardless, Basilisk is going to be Nirvana tomorrow, because I'm going to regress my Aspen, because I'm going to give PvP a good crack this week. That's what I'm going to try. So yeah, we've got... Oh, someone said, do I have any chests? I've mathed this out perfectly. So we have 60 sigils. We've got some Awakens in the bag there, and then we've got some chests here, which means if a sigil event was to roll around next week, I can pull 70 odd out of there to complete the event and still have enough crystals to do a big Awakening event. So I've kind of mathed it out whilst also making sure I had an even number, because I ended up on an odd number of sigils to pull. Now, I don't need to get another Void campaign one, I don't think. So I've got to decide what I want to do next. I don't know if Star Expedition is worth it for a once a month thing. I also want to do PvP with my Basilisk. Do I do Try the Champion or IDA? Because I'm not sure what to push. I don't know what the advantage of either would be. No, I don't, Cinder. What I'm saying is, if it was to happen next week, I've got it sitting there. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, that's what I mean by that. I'm not saying it is, but I've got enough in the bag just in case it was to crop up next week. Trial a champion. That's what everyone says, Brian. And I'm tempted to agree with you. The issue I have with Trial a Champion, and I will reveal why my main issue, is that I don't stay up late enough to finish it. Nice. But making you itch to do them in Star Expedition. I am like tempted. I've never pushed into... I don't think it makes a huge difference, guys. Does it? Whereas I suppose you could argue Star Expedition is going to give me the biggest boost. We're doing Star Expedition. We're doing Star Expedition. I'm not expecting anything anyway. Disassemble all of them. It's a 3-star, but it's all damage dealt. I feel like that's a bit of a dub. I feel like that's a bit of a dub, personally. That's not a dub. Ugh. Control immunity. Nah, it will suck. Yeah. Holy damage is irrelevant. Crit damage reduction, irrelevant. We're doing one at a time. Give us something good. Come on, don't you dare. How many more? We've got 3. Come on, we can get a good one. Oh, we got nothing. That's a lie. We got an okay one. We got an okay one. Sigil. Get out of here. Not you. I feel like... Why can't I now find it? These are all terrible. I feel like... it's giving it the levels. I know CI isn't bad, but it's not exciting. Yeah, but Samurai, I haven't got skill damage to pick. So I had... I mean... What have I got to... Oh, I can't even read them. Here's the thing, right? So I've got control immunity, control precision, crit, precision, speed, control immunity offset, holy damage, crit damage reduction, control immunity. But like, I personally feel like the all damage dealt is better. Holy fuck, I don't know what you're talking about. Right. VH. Just remove level 20. Replace level 40 with level 20 and use that sigil slot for everything. I mean, that makes perfect sense. Does everyone else agree with what he's just said? Because I think that makes perfect sense. And then every time I put one in there... So if I was to do this, don't use the original sigil, level up. Level up. Is that capped out now? Yeah, because we just want the 2 stars. Level up. It's maxed at 45 anyway, I'm pretty sure. Oh, it's only at 44. Replace your safer. Yeah, 100%. So then if I replace that... Oh, I don't want to lose it. Is that going to happen? Is that what's going to... So I could just replace this with this, yeah? And that will become level 44. No, but Brian, I don't trust what you're saying because the way you're saying it is like the most. Cinder said yes. Okay. Oop. And then replace. Perfect. Okay. So, but the thing is, how do I keep the one that I? Oh, do you know what I need to do to make sure that I don't use the wrong bloody one? Oh, this is so bad. Control immunity, control precision, crit, precision, all damaged out. Right, we're going to inlay that so we don't accidentally use it. Yeah. Oh. That's a bit naughty, isn't it? No. Didn't even get another level. No, it wasn't disrespect to Brian. If you look at the messages he's been sending, even though he's been very helpful, it looks like the type of thing like, oh, press Alt F4 kind of person would say. Like, look, just press it. You won't lose it. Like, it's the way he's been saying it. It's not that I distrust Brian. It was the way he was writing it made me think he's just trying to trip me up. There you go, Bruce. How you doing, man? Yeah, where Cinder said it in like a serious way. So, should we see if we can do Void Campaign now? We've got everyone set up. And we're just going to have to go see. We're also at 911. Have I got Madeline in the team? Yeah, why is she not? Oh, she should be in Wukong slot. Okay. See how this goes. And Finn, I'm going to show you the free-to-play account in a bit. And I'll show you how to really run one. Do stuff, Williams. It's not enough. I haven't left this auto-clicking. Ever. I might do that tonight to clear this nasty-ass wave. Because this hurts my soul. And I don't want to keep on doing it. You're only serious about SE, yeah. That's okay. Yeah, but Brian, that's fine. And to be fair, it's one of those things. It's nice to get further in Void Campaign to a point, but ultimately all you're doing is, as we said, get into another round where you for fuck's sake, getting yourself closer to another roadblock, right? I've just messed that up. Did you? No way. Will, probably not. And to be fair, we ran that as a 5-man team. Why would Lethal Fightback not be on him? No one saw that. I don't know why he wasn't there. I'm getting distracted by everyone. No, surely not. You're just hoping that this is the RNG run. You saw how close I was and you want to take... Oh, he didn't... Not enough people survived. That's okay. Do you know what I didn't do? I didn't listen to your video. I watched your RFW video properly yesterday or the day before. And I haven't set them up to be critting. I mean, this hasn't mattered. This round. Basically, Kay, yeah. Round 1 nuke. I presume that if you can get to round 2 and get an attack off, that would be better because you build up more buffs. We're still going to die to the dots. But it shows we can win this wave, right? So, yeah, Samurai, I presume that it's got to be a round 1 because you're not surviving round 2. If you set up for a round 2 nuke, it's probably more consistent when you get to the point of being able to use it. But I'm not sitting there clicking for 10,000 fights. That would be an auto-clicker thing. Yeah. I'm not... I think I've said I'm not an expert about a million times. And it's got me thinking, am I an expert on anything? No. Why is the next event? Oh, do you know what? I'm so happy you said that. This one here. I thought that. I thought I recognised it. And I don't know whether they've just been really lazy with their graphics or whether they are genuinely going to do the same event. Does it matter? No. It makes me question what they're doing if they're not even bothering to do events. But I just wish we had Merry Carnival back. Because the issue is, we've got anniversary not too far away, so we better get a Merry Carnival next month, or we're not going to have one till July. I wanted one for Easter. I didn't like the bunny event. I didn't like it. Brian, I'll see you later, dude. Oh, look at... Oh. Yeah, but Brian. No, Vago, sorry. No, to be fair, it doesn't matter. Do you know what? I saw someone say the other day, anniversary's coming up, got to be careful with your scrolls. No, you don't. You get given like 2,000 scrolls throughout the month of June. It's the one time of year you don't have to be careful with your scrolls. I mean, that's what they've done the last 2 years. I can't believe they wouldn't do it for the third year. That would be bizarre. Yeah, I know, Samurai. And if I followed like a normal route, then that is what I should have done. I wanted 3 damage dealers for the different game modes because I wanted to experience Star Expedition. I wanted to push further in Void Campaign. Fucking waste of time. And I wanted to keep my Basilisk so I can do Void Campaign. Vago, that's not a lot of scrolls, my dude. Don't burn 510 scrolls on an event unless spending 500 actually gets you somewhere, which it might do. I was trying to do some calculations today for my free-to-play account, and actually I'm happy Finn's here because I will need to speak to Finn at some point and get some feedback on his free-to-play account. Because like I'm looking at the contract Starry Gem stuff and thinking to myself, well, how many do you normally use an event? Because 2,500 feels like you don't get enough for your money. 1250 means you can get to thingy easily. About scroll, no, just in general. Like how your CSG income, I'm fascinated by, because you're able to do events consistently, right? So I'm sitting there thinking to myself, well, you've got Realmsgate, 600 a month, obviously. You've got your Awaken events. And then I'm thinking, well, where else are you getting all your contract Starry Gems as a free to play? I've never done it, so I don't know. We're not going to do any more. But so do you sometimes miss event? Do you do one event a month? Is that what you do? Is that how you rock your account? Caradel, hey man. Because you can't do 2 of those a month, right? I suppose recently we've only been having 1 a month. Do you? I'm so fascinated. So this is the free-to-play Optimal account. The episode... I don't know if you guys are interested in the episode. The episode is going to come out 2 days' time. Because I've got Sunday... No, it's not. I'm going to release this tomorrow. I'm releasing this episode tomorrow. It's already on YouTube. I just haven't released it. This is going out in the morning. And then Jordan versus Ben, the Titans Clash, is getting released Sunday. Then I've got Guild Guide coming out Tuesday. And then Thursday will be event review for the Maria event. I have now I'm going to tell you guys something, and there's only 32 of you, so you got to keep this under your hat. I got my first ever promo, so I've got to do a promotional video for a game. So I want to get all. So I've done Jordan and Ben's video. I've done the account playthrough video. I need to do the guild guide, but I've done all the graphics. So it means that I can spend Monday, Tuesday doing it. Yeah, mate. Thank you. And do you know what? It's really weird. I can't say the figure. It's significantly more than I thought it would be for someone that's like 1,600 subs on YouTube and gets 1,000 views video. Especially for the type of game it is. I don't really get perhaps why they're promoting it. But I'm going to take it. And I'm looking forward to it. Daddy Zico. So it is Warfare Legacy Remastered. Anyone here over the age of 30 that used to play Armour games, like Flash games on Armour games, or Miniclip or anything like that, would have definitely have played Warfare Legacy. It wasn't called Legacy, it was called Warfare 1914. Armour games, yeah, Finn. So it's one of their original games, like where you have your little units and they go in the trenches and you decide which units go forward and you buy the different ones, you go through the different campaigns. It's actually a really solid game that I played when I was in college, you know, before all this stuff. Flash games. Yeah, Flash games are awesome. So I'm really excited because they sent it through to me and I was like, I know this game. I've played this game. So he sent me for a contract. We signed it and I've got to do an 8 to 12 minute video for them. And that's it. They didn't give me any other instructions. So, yeah. But yeah, so I'm looking forward to that. But yeah, it is cool. It is cool. And we'll see how it goes. What was I going to do? I've been grinding Fantasy Arcade on this account. It probably doesn't look like it. Cinder. Nice. There you go. My free-to-play account is the same level as yours again. Basically, I'm copying you. I don't think I'm copying you. There you go. But it's so interesting. In the next episode of the free-to-play account, I highlight how far some of us pushed. How far me, Jordan, and Panda pushed in week 1, and showed the team lineup compared to where this team was. Because I had a couple of people turn around and say that after a few days I should have got a lot further. And it's like, yeah, but it's not a rush. The idea is to show people the right heroes to build and the right way of doing things, not rushing it. So this is our team after like 9 days. Yeah, of course I can, Kay. That sounds good. So yeah, it's just taking it nice and slow because, and by the way, if Ben's here, I love you, Ben. I didn't ask Ben for this. Ben bought some collaborative journey packs. He bought the food packs, which meant I got some food packs. But rather than using all of the food packs, we're leaving them for a while. We've used some for the hero copies, etc. But yeah, I got my first artifact. I've got loads of these Fantasy Arcade selection chests. We haven't used the Dawn Plan chest for food, even though I think we should do. But we're not going to. We're going to use these for subs. And what that will mean I can do is I can be a little bit more liberal by getting artifacts from mysterious sales, etc. W Ben, 100%. Samurai, but the thing is, and do you know what? I don't disagree with you. The issue doing what you're saying, maybe potentially, is that if you sit there and say, well, I'm not going to start an account for 3 weeks because I want to wait for a big event, then you've lost that 3 weeks of progress. So it's difficult. Connor, do you reckon they're the best? Because you don't get loads of scrolls. I mean, you get like enough to do one rotation. And bear in mind, I've come top in the Pioneer races once and then third in the other one. Yeah, Dawn Plan. Ah, oh, we didn't do the Reverie keys. Yeah, well, I've got all the codes on this one, Connor. So to be fair, bear in mind, I'm not even 2 weeks into this account and I've got 740 scrolls. So it's really good. The other reason it's good is I suppose you get the food, but I don't know. I mean, it's really nice to start, like, anniversary is the one event. If you said to me, what's the best event to start around, you do anniversary because you get all the codes, you get 2,000 scrolls over the course of the week, 2 weeks, because you get the codes and you get the daily ones. And it's wild, like, how far you can push and how much flexibility you've got because of the selection chests. So I think I underestimated how long this account or the free-to-play account is going to take me to get to level 130, because I was hoping I was going to get there around the time of the anniversary event. And because I wanted to start a new account at anniversary. So, okay, I'll see you later, dude. So I think what I'm actually going to have to do is start a couple of different accounts during anniversary, but not play on them, just collect all the codes and shit. That's what I think I'm going to have to do. Let's get some Reverie keys done on the main account. Oh, terrible. Shocking. Bad. Horrendous. Bad. Shocking. Horrendous. Did you guys just witness that? Did you guys just see what happened there? I got nothing. That was horrible. That was terrible. Well, Caradel, the thing is, if you wait to anniversary to start a new account, compared to starting it today, you're missing out on 2 months' progress. But if you're looking at it, yeah, Rev keys, Finn. If you're looking at it and saying to yourself, you want to see how far you can push before a certain level or how quick a head start you can get, then wait. But if you just wanted to start a new account to have an old account, well, today is better than any other day to start it. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah. That's it. Because every day you're not playing, you're losing progress. But, as I said, if you're sitting there saying to yourself, you want to get as much progress between now and whenever, then obviously, yes, start on a good event. On top of that, the advantage of starting in June. No, do you know what? I don't even know if I really wanted to cheese like the level 130 thing, I would start during anniversary. I would collect all the codes. I would then stop playing and I'd come back for Thanksgiving. So that I get Thanksgiving, Halloween, New Year's, Christmas all wrapped up into one. So you'd get all the rewards for anniversary, sit on the account and don't do anything. Come back, get the comeback rewards, and then do that. But then who are you doing that for other than yourself? Do you know what I mean? No, there you go. I know why you're thinking that. It apparently takes 3 months. And I do remember on my non-meta account, it being like several days, maybe even a week between the last like levels. So like 129 to 130 was like 4 or 5 days. So it gets progressively worse. So you get to level 105, 100. Yeah, but there you go. It's quite significant. It took you 4.5 months. Shut up, Finn. Did it really? Fuck. Have I messed this up? 4 months. April, May. Oh, mate. That's crazy. Here's the thing. Were you collecting campaign loot every 8 hours? Because obviously if you're not doing that, you're not getting the experience. That would impact how quick you're going, right? As a spender, we don't have to worry about that because we get a longer time in between. But I'd have thought, yeah, if you're logging in once a day, like a normal person, you're missing out on 16 hours worth of XP. I don't know. I can't imagine you did that. I imagine you were pretty efficient. Oh, maybe. Has it changed? It used to be 8 hours. I promise you, this used to be 8 hours. I didn't realise they changed it. How do I check it? I can't remember how to check it now. Rewards can be stored up to 24 hours. Oh, okay, maybe it's 24. Yeah. 86. We'll see. But I'm happy with how the account's gone so far. And ultimately, we're just not in a rush. Like, I've done the Fantasy Arcade, which I really didn't want to have to do. That was something that I didn't want to do it, but I thought, well, if I'm going to do it, we're going to do it properly. And I'm going to do everything properly. Like when I unlock Void Arc and stuff, I'm actually going to do it efficiently and optimally just to see how far we can get. Oh, there you go. Interesting you've said that, my friend. I'll show you my progress on the Stellar Challenge. Do you know what? Do you know one thing and I'm going to make a video when I like finish the first few weeks of this. I'm going to do a video and say what I'd want. Because if you go, people don't get the right heroes, and I don't think it's their fault, right? But I've got to 35%. I'm doing about 3% a hit. And it's not like I've got amazing heroes, but Heartwatcher, Sigmund, Waldeck make a significant difference. So this is kind of like the crux of it with a 9-star Garuda, you know? Guide on Fantasy Arcade. Yeah, Tixie. Right. Here's my guide for Fantasy Arcade. I want you to leave your house, go to your local high street or marketplace. I want you to walk around for 8 hours begging for money and picking money up off the floor. Steal some if you have to. Then go back home and spend that money. Try and get $15 worth. Spend that $15 in the game and you've got far more progress than spending 8 hours doing Fantasy Arcade. That's my advice for you for Fantasy Arcade. That's all I'm going to say. So, how far do I think I can push? That seems... I feel like you should be completing... Am I just being over the top with that? I feel like that's high enough level to complete 13. Maybe I'm being completely stupid. Obviously, listen, depends on your account. Yeah, so if you look at CTV, he completed chapter 13 with the 386 million RFW. But obviously, he's going to have everything fucking to the max. Yeah, Will. So I don't know, but I presume it's one of those things. I don't think, judging, and Will know a lot more than me, I don't think there was this significant difference going up like 11, 12, 13. I think if your account's set up right, it's set up right. That's not. No, not really. Certainly not with Williams. Yeah. Oh, Cinder, is there not for iOS? So you can't do... Oh, that's craziness. That is crazy. I can't... Well, listen, I wouldn't have done it. I'm telling you right now, if Mark hadn't showed me how to do this, we wouldn't have done it in a million years. There is zero chance. And I don't even get how it's possible to do it without cheating. Like, without using the macro. How far did I get here? I didn't complete it, did I? I bloody well did complete it. What's it asking me to do here? Oh, I've got one more to do. Yeah, Vago. Oh, Vago. Do you know what? I'm so happy you've just said that. Right. I'm so happy you've just said that. So, for those that don't know, we were talking about Stellar Challenge. And Vega has said, I have got further than him and he has a level 200 Eloise in Garuda. And Vago, this is really important to understand. It's not about your Eloise or your Garuda. It's about making sure that your support heroes are enabling them to do as much damage as possible. Look at Heart Watcher. When she stacks up her Watcher marks, yeah, you end up doing 300% extra damage. 3 times that for all of your heroes. So if you have a 6-star Heart Watcher by round, depends how many times, 8 or 9, you're suddenly quadrupling your damage. If you have a Sigmund properly, he strips armor and block and does these big dots. If you have a Waldeck and he doesn't die because you don't want him to die and he puts Blood Frenzy on, he increases your attack every single time your team gets hit. If you get a Cruz, he inflicts weakness marks, which mean they take an extra 50% damage. So it's not about having an Eloise or a Garuda or a Holmes Young. It's about the supports. Episode 2 drops tomorrow and I go into a lot more detail. But yeah, and do you know why I think this has been completely lost within the community? Is because no one wants to play early game, like at all. And I completely get that. So, for instance, I can't tell you how many accounts I go on, like mid-game accounts, not early game accounts, that don't have a Heart Watcher. And I can only presume it's because no one talks about her, because why would you? But if you played the game in 2018, everyone knew that Heart Watcher was an absolute monster. But people don't talk about it now. And then the flip side to that, when you see or hear the people talk about endgame stuff, again, Heart Watcher's not really mentioned because she can't be imprinted. She's not used for the top Seal Land teams. So there's at no point is she mentioned other than scrubs like me saying she's really good. So yeah, the support network is far more important than your main hero, especially when it comes to boss damage. Well, it's a combination, Vago. It's a combination of it. So it's not, and I said I literally go over this exact topic. It's like how people think that building wide is building anything more than one hero. Absolutely not the case. You need to have supports as well as your main hero. These are what make this flourish and go further. So that's why I've built these heroes out. And someone just mentioned Drake. I mentioned Drake in the video. Drake's harder because he's a dark hero. Drake later on is less important because you have ways of increasing your armor break to 100. You have ways of shedding damage reduction. He's actually particularly useful for Stellar Challenge because he has 100% dodge offset built in with his defense down. But yeah, for early game accounts, if you don't have these 4 heroes, Sigmund, Heartwatcher, Waldeck, Ignis, you're struggling. This just makes it infinitely easier. And Heartwatcher's from basic shards, man. Like I see people having like 2 9-star Heartwatchers. I did an account for someone and they were using them as food and they didn't have one on their account. It's like, no, that's instantly going to make you better. Nice ST Heartwatcher and Orcs House. Nice. Samurai. Well, I'm going to do both. Right, at the start of the game, you should be picking 5 million Stellar for 5 million Cot. Now, it's hard to get that ratio exactly spot on, and bear in mind that a really easy way of getting like Cot early on is once you get to E5 and you use your cores, and so you get Transcendence, you get the Transcendent Spheres. But I would like to hit that ratio, even ratio, and then you push forward with Stellar, right? There's no point having more than 5 million to 5 million. Because as soon as you get a V4 Wukong, you're clearing Tower, you're clearing Aspen to Purgatory, you're clearing all the early game stuff, right? The only downside to doing that with Wukong is you've then got to regress him for the Glory Challenge. But if you're playing optimally, like we're going to have a Trans V4 Wukong in like 5-6 weeks. And then it's going to take us 4 months to get to 130, so I don't particularly care about worrying about that far down. So yeah, I will be a bit of a cop man because you should be. As the difficulty is, people take things to extremes, and so yeah, they don't quite grasp that there is a middle ground that has to be hit. Well, Vago, the thing is, you can't. Like, there is nowhere to find. So I done a first E5 video, and I'm going to follow that with a support video. But if you literally, Vago, if you looked at these 4 heroes, bear in mind you get given copies of Sigmund in the check-in. Heart Watcher is from basic shards. You get an Ignis the first time you make a hero E3 in Abyss or whatever, and you got Waldeck there. So these are the two that you actually have to try and go for. These two you'll just naturally get. That's like your crux of your team, bro. And then you get Holmes Young. Then when you've built Holmes Young up, you go and build Wukong, and that's your 6-man team. I would then start building out Oberon and Ignatia for Void Vortex, which is what I'm going to do on this account. But even down to, don't be afraid to pick artifacts out of events. I'm going to, because I don't need loads of Cotton Stellar. The thing that I see on every single free-to-play account, without a shadow of a doubt, is they've got loads of food, and they've got loads of Stellar and Cot, and they've got fuck all artifacts. And it's because they have been brainwashed into believing that you have to pick Stellar and Cot at every opportunity. And it's just not true, but it's difficult because then you tell people something like that, and then you'll go into another account and they've got one trans hero, 50 artifacts. So you're like, well, okay, you went too far the other way. Tix is great. I might not even end up building Tix. I don't know. Connor, does that still even work? Because bear in mind, I'm going to be using Sigmund. I don't think it massively matters. Well, Samurai, you're wrong, because you can go selection 1, you can pick an artifact, and selection 2 and 3, you can pick the discounted routes, which would be Stellar / Cot, and then subs. So you can go 1, 2, 3. You don't have to. You can pick artifact. Yeah, Connor, I know what you mean. Deathsworn used to be the meta. I get that, but I don't think you have to use him anymore. You could just do. Does Nikia burn or bleed? I don't know why you wouldn't just use Deathsworn, but Nikia does one of those things. Oh, she bleeds, so you could use her for Wolf Pet if you wanted to go down the Wolf Pet. Heart Watcher. Samurai, no, it wouldn't, because if you've got 20 event currency, you would pick stage 1, Stellar, say. Stage 2 would be the artifact. Stage 3 would be the sub. So you'd still get subs. You're just picking it over Stellar or Cot. No, Finn, I'm not saying that. What I'm suggesting, and to be fair, you're level 140. When you see free-to-play accounts, that are significantly further, say they're 2 years in, they're so dead on artifacts, man, because they've been and this is where it's difficult. This is why I haven't advised it in my episodes, and I probably won't. I won't advise picking artifacts over Stellar Cot because people run with that and then say, just pick artifacts. I don't get that there's a nuance to it. People say artifacts are really hard to get, and then they're sat there with V4 trans tenants, and it's like, well, no, artifacts aren't hard to get. You've prioritized the wrong thing. Because bear in mind, once you get heroes, and you know this, to be fair, Finn, don't you? Well, no, it's easy to give advice with nuance. It's hard for people to understand it, and that's absolutely valid, right? It's so hard to give advice to people that don't know as much as you, because you've got to try and look at it from their perspective. And it's difficult, which is why I'm doing the playthrough the way I'm doing it. Because, for instance, day 2, I could have had Holmes Young because I got the chest from the mysterious chests, and I got it from the pickaxe, etc. But I thought, if I have a Holmes Young on my first episode, it's going to be hard for people to follow that because they maybe haven't started at a time when they could get it. So I'm keeping down Garuda. I'm keeping these guys, even though I can level them up a lot more. We're taking it step by step. That's the idea of it. And you'll be proud of me because even in my first Mysterious Sales, I picked up 2 loads of Stellar. Admittedly, next time I'm going to pick a Stellar and a Cot. And then I'm going to pick Cot. But yeah. Foot Jelly. I don't know about the Russell. I've never built him. Bro, Waldeck is an absolute machine. Waldeck is so good as a hero in the game. and people don't understand it because, and this is where, like, we're talking about nuance, completely gets lost on people, and they think that you can only use him as a death passive. No, like, he absolutely shreds, but people aren't prepared to listen to that. Yeah, but it's not single target, it's multiple target. Look, where is it? Bleeds all enemies. So that ends up being stupid. And his basic attack, 3 random enemies. So his dots ramp up like insanely. And he still does Blood Frenzy, but it only gives it to 3 random allies. So if it doesn't land on your main hero, that can suck a little bit. But bear in mind it lasts for 3 rounds. He's going to get another active. So yeah, the chances are he's going to have it. He's so good. Bless Finn. Lion is, if you ask a lot of people, Lion's considered the better all-round pet. I prefer Phoenix, but I'm happy to stick to the advice that the general community gives on that because I don't really know. I prefer Phoenix pet, personally. On this account, it's not going to matter because I'm going to end up regressing to choose the Pioneer race anyway. Yeah, Will, people say, for first monster, people say Lion. Well, still is the Eloise time, isn't it? If you go, listen, maybe I'm wrong, Will, to be fair. I hope that, I don't, as I said, I've built Phoenix on this account because I prefer Phoenix. But I was almost certain that people were still saying that that's the, maybe I've got that wrong. I'm the first one to admit if I've got it wrong. I don't even know how to look at it. The issue with the guides is there's so many of them, which is fantastic, right? It just makes it so hard to read through because if you don't know what you're looking for, or where to look, you just don't stand half a chance. I can't find it. Yeah, I said I've picked Phoenix on here because I genuinely believe that's the best. In the same way that I've gone Holmes Young, because I think Holmes Young's the best first E5. And to be fair, that is a hill that I will be prepared to die on. Here we go. Right, early game goal. Fine. Monster. Lion pet. Your first monster should be Lion. Overall is the best pet for Eloise, which will eventually be your main carry hero. But again, because I suppose when you're trying to make guides, right, they have to have a structure to it, and I suppose they can't turn around and say, well, if you do this, you do this, if you do this, you do this, because people just, they won't understand it. Yeah, Finn, I'd agree with that. I think Phoenix Wolf Lion is probably, because Lion, yeah, I don't know. It depends. It depends. It depends. Svet's in the house. I think it's the first time we've ever seen Svet on stream. He doesn't like streams, he says to me before. He's always in the Discord. He's always saying to me, well, where are you doing videos? And he's never, ever here. Unless it's a different Svet, and this is his guy's first time, and he's surprised that I've called him out. And we've got Renville. Speaking of people we haven't seen in ages, how you doing, man? Yeah, I just don't like Eloise. I wouldn't build her. In fact, every time we get an Eloise on any account, we alter them off because that's what we do. I just can't. I can't be bothered. The thing is, like, we showed in the competition, right? How quick? Yeah, Connor, isn't it crazy? We've got both of them. You can get a E5 hero. Cinder is maybe still here. I mean, we all done that in 2 weeks, I'm pretty sure. We've got an E5 hero, free to play. No fantasy arcade or anything. So I had 2v3 heroes after 4 weeks. Nice, Cinder. Well done. So yeah, I just don't get the Eloise thing. I don't get it. It's a waste. Even now, still, if you go on the Idle Heroes discussion guides, it still says that you should go for Crown as your first artifact. Why? And do you know what? Do you know what really pisses me off with that? And I'm going to get people just change their mind on this, whether they fucking want to or not. Apologies for the language. Lucky Cat is better than Crown. All damage reduction, HP, it gives control immunity rather than attack. But the attack sucks. Like, the second you beat Brave Trial, it's irrelevant. And at least Lucky Cat's useful later on in games. To be fair, and there is someone here, right? There is someone here. I'm not going to name him because the episode's dropping on Sunday, who may or may not have 3 or 4 splendid golden crowns on their account. I'm not going to name names, but I will say that we're doing a Jordan versus Ben video on Sunday. So, yeah. No, it's not Samurai. Splendid Crown is very good for balanced strike builds on damage dealer. I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that, personally. I don't know why you wouldn't use the Fan of Love and Despair. I don't get why you would use the Crown. Like, that is such a niche scenario. Like, why would you not use this? Guild Fan, Love and Despair over the Crown. At least this gives you all damage dealt, and it gives you all damage reduction. It's just a better artifact. Yeah, but even it's just the normal ground. Hold on. Sorry, to be fair, you're right, Renville. Don't you come on stream and prove me wrong. Where is it? But that would still do more than Golden Crown, surely, right? That gives you all damage reduction. That gives you shield. That gives you the crit damage reduction, all damage dealt. Magic Stone Sword. Was it Brian's account earlier where he had the splendid Devil's Power? But are we saying that we should be having splendid crowns? It doesn't even hold on to it because I appreciate. Yeah, I get what you're saying. It gives it straight away. Listen. I don't care. I prefer personally. I prefer the Lucky Cat. I think the Lucky Cat's an awesome artifact, and that is next on my build list on my main account. Because we've pretty much filled out the main account's artifacts. I just hate the Golden Crown, and I hate the fact people are told to get it first. I don't get it. And that is, again, harken back to Eloise, but even then I still don't get it. Yeah, but how many people have it sitting there collecting dust? Yeah. Foot Jelly, you like the Augustus Magic Ball, very powerful against min waves. But once you've completed Tower, you're never coming across horrible min waves again, so you don't need it. That's why I think that's what my main issue with Eloise. It's not that she's not really good. My main issue with Eloise is the second that you get your Wukong, you're never using her again. That's why I think you should go for Holmes Young, because you've got a hero that you're going to be using. But I get that people still aren't quite on with that. Renville, no you don't. Samurai, but that what you just said doesn't make sense, because if we're talking about your first artifact being a golden crown, ignore this because we're not talking about getting a glittery one. 25% all damage reduction, 25% HP. Lucky Cat, 24% damage reduction, 24% HP, and it gives you control immunity. So if you're going to do it, get the Lucky Cat, because then at least the Lucky Cat's really, really nice. For like where my account is, to be fair. Like my account, I'm going to start building out the Lucky Cats because I've got energy feed sorted. I've got basically all the artifacts I want, I've got sorted. So it's like, well, that's the next step. Especially because I know Will's going to hate me saying this. I like Madeline, so that already helps me with a bit of energy feed. So if I've got a spare slot on the team, it makes sense to have the Lucky Cat. Finn, I'll see you later, dude. You like damage reduction based off of attack? Do you know what? It's interesting. They did some calculations. I don't want to misquote people, but I was really surprised at how it wasn't very good. When they put the figures down on paper. Will, you might know more than me, but I thought that the A and B fell off completely because of that. Because I know that she used to be obviously really strong. I've no idea what that means. Yeah. Oh, Vago. What a question that is. I honestly, I don't, as a free-to-play player, I have no idea. Because here's the problem. If your early game account, what you have to look at, is there anything in here that's going to significantly help you? The chances are not really, because a vast majority of this stuff you're not going to need for ages. And even if you get lucky on a good hit, that's not really going to help you loads unless you get one of the big hits. Because it's also the gems, right? It's 2,000 gems and two copies. I'd be very cautious about trading my hard-earned light and dark food early free-to-play to get a Natalie copy and a Rev key. But you just never know. That's the problem. It could always work. Yeah. I didn't know CSG was in Reverie. Yeah, and to be fair, Renville's just said he wouldn't do it early if you don't have excess light and dark food. I just think it's just, yeah. I think once you start hitting like past the early game, do it. It's worth it to get the Rev key. But like, even if say you done it and you high rolled and you got yourself an infusion stone, well, you're not going to be able to use that. Say you get this or this or this or this or these or monster tickets or destiny materials. Like, you're going to get access to so much stuff that you don't need that it's just not worth doing. I don't think it's worth doing. But yeah, I can see why. Reverie is a whale bait. But then, I mean, we done alleys for him last week and it was very successful. Like, we hit some good scores, right? You got Williams and the others apart from the light and dark. Yeah, Vega, that's what I've done on my free-to-play one. So yeah, we go for all the standard heroes. Yeah, but Ren, the thing is, you've got to go all in, or there's no point, is there? Like what? So, for instance, there'd be no point me attempting to use 20 Reverie keys in the hope of getting lucky. You've got to do 50 or 60 so that you actually end up getting the luck you need. Yeah, for me, I don't get it. But it's the type of event, if you're going to spend anyway, then do it. Svet, I'll see you later, my man. Foot jelly, what are you talking about? It's the fun is doing them individually. What do you mean you want to do them all at one time? That's craziness. Vago. Well, no, but the shadow. But you're replacing a shadow hero for a shadow hero, and then you're giving out 4 stars, bro. So I would do that because then you get a shadow hero back that you can use as food, and then you can use the Reverie key to try and get a reward. So you're basically doing a cost of 4 stars, which is worth doing. Yeah, but it's not a nice amount of stellar shards. That's the problem. I say that. I mean, maybe it's okay. Maybe it's okay. I when they changed it, I was happy, right? And then I looked at the amounts and I was a bit like, it's not great. Oh yes, landing all the mushies. Uh, Will, I do the treasures one at a time as well. When you do, yeah, but and do you know what's so funny? And Will, I'm surprised you don't know better. I don't. Maybe I'm true. There isn't a lot to do in this game, right? So when you've got content to do, whether it's treasure tickets or whatever, damn right we're going to do one at a time. Because if you don't, they all go in 2 minutes, and then no one's happy. Foot Jelly, let me say something to you right here, right now. Ada is an absolute monster, and Unimax is the most fun hero in the game. So that guy, I would like to buy him a cold beverage because he sounds awesome. Oh, I don't have a lucky dice. No, don't be pedantic. Will, you know I don't do that. What I'm saying to you is if it's a skip week like this week, what am I supposed to do for you guys? Like what am I supposed to do other than chat nonsense? So you have to, when you've got stuff to do, you have to take it slow. Well, because Connor, the difference is, and don't you start, right? The difference is when you get 1, 2, 3, 4, like treasures, and you can get good treasures out of it, or you do reverie keys, you get good ones. It's more suspense. Like if you were to do 2,000 summon scrolls one at a time, that's stupid because you're not going to get any rewards from it. The treasures, you can always get the pink treasures, and it builds up suspense, and you can talk during it. It's more to have stuff in the background. Because I don't know if you've noticed, you probably have. I haven't done anything for the past 45 minutes other than talk to you guys and switch around the screen. At least if I have treasures, there's something for me to do. Foot jelly, I don't know. Oh, Jose Salazar. In your opinion, who is the most versatile Transcendence hero, or who would make a first good Transcendence hero for someone who is free to play? Wukong. Wu doesn't like the way that I do treasure tickets. I know that that's how, or I'm pretty sure his MK said when he said that's how he does it too. So that's just, yeah. Yeah, but Renville, I'm sure you have got 5 golden crowns because how old's your account? And I appreciate that that used to be the meta. And you're a spender. The person whose account I'm doing a video on Sunday is a free to play person, and they've got 4 at least. Is 6 splendid Winter Winters necessary? I love all your flags as well. I love the flags. Right. Let's do Samurai. I honestly, and do you know what? I spoke to Hanchokinator about this. He said he wouldn't recommend doing that path. And there's 2 things to this. One, RNG. If you're someone who's prepared to have it sitting there on an auto clicker for 3 days, you're going to pass more than someone that doesn't. Secondly, a lot of the guys that already cleared like Chapter 8, Chapter 9 would have done that when Chapter 8, Chapter 9 was released. Since then, Grimoire's been released. More Treasure Train. More optimization. So I'm sure if they went back and tried to do it with lower attack now, they could do, but it's just not logged, right? And Hanchok said himself that he would recommend, hold on, I don't want to lie about it, I'm almost certain he said he would definitely recommend picking one of the other damage dealers, but he just ended up high rolling an A-, so it made sense for him to use it. Let me see what he said, hold on. Yes, he cleared Chapter 8 a couple of weeks ago. It's funny, right? I'd never spoken to him before, and I sent him a DM. I was like, "Hey, man, do you mind answering a couple of questions about your Wukong account?" He said, "Yeah, sure, go for it." I just sent him an essay with like 50,000 questions. But he answered all of them, to be fair to him. So Yeah, so he has said that Williams, DTV, and Mockman are better at Wukong at a Void campaign, but he got lucky with the A minus, so it made sense to do it. He also said that Wukong does surprisingly well with things like Void bosses, but you can't use him in Star Expedition. He seems to one hit himself to do with the holy damage that you get from the boss. He said he hasn't been able to figure it out, and it's like a bug. So yeah. Yeah, definitely. Williams is the early. Well, he's the one to go for Void campaign. Is there, Will? Yeah. Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? Is that to do with what is that to do with Olivia then? Oh, is that to do with Fairy Guard? No. That's weird, isn't it? Will, I don't know if I'm supposed to mention what we were talking about. This is the account that I was telling you about that has got Alakita's Noble Core. This is the one that I've also got the Grim to level 50, and I'm going to keep it at level 50. And I also have some infusion stones, etc. I could build her up to D3. I haven't got the soul symbols to regress everyone else. Perfect. So this is that account, right? It's in a weird spot because this is the account I started YouTube with. So I started it as a fresh account. So I spent a little bit of money on it. So it might look weird, but I haven't done an awful lot with it in the last couple of months. But I've got like all the stars. I've got spiritual lessons. I've got stuff. I need more soul symbols. But I can effectively pick whatever heroes I wanted to. And I'm in a good position to keep this at level 50, which enables me to use infusion stones for Alakita without obviously boosting up the attack too high. The treasure train is already solid-ish, but I don't know if that helps or makes it worse. But more importantly, it's not for a 2.5 million attack, 13.5 million all damage dealt isn't bad. And so if the idea is to keep Alakita as low attack as possible, I can work on that. Oh, dice. So, Willie's familiar. Yeah. Well, I didn't have any soul symbols because I regressed all of this account to build these heroes. And now I'm kind of at a position where I want to do it again. I actually feel like, and I don't know, I feel like Gaggy would be good for an Alakita account. Because I would presume, maybe it's wrong. And hold on. Let me just not say something stupid. Yeah. His judgments would both be different, and Taunt would all be different debuffs, right? And he does the armor stripping, so if she doesn't get lucky with her manipulation authority, or whichever round it's called, that does it. He also burns, but I presume that's fine. He does, and then when these go off, freeze, cold, chill. So, are you sure? Do you know why I say that? And I'm not one to question you, young man. Let me see. I thought I looked in the settings, and if I went to the help, is this where it was? I swear it said somewhere that debuff was literally anything. Oh, I have to. Oh, it's the Morax one. Of course, I knew I'd seen it somewhere because Morax was my main hero on this account. Debuffs, damage over time, attribute reduction, mark, control effect. Oh, okay, I get what you're saying. So that's not going to be, is it? It doesn't matter, I don't care whether I have Gaggy or not. I just love Gaggy. Unstoppable Hefe, how are you? Yeah, because, well, he does freeze. Hold on, right. He does burns and taunts, which we already know. freeze, cold, chill. Yeah, it's probably not enough. But I like him because he gives taunt. I can... Listen, we can make it work. But so, listen, Alakita. I need to build Wukong and Queen. I know this. With Alakita and Gagi. Who's the next one, right? Obviously, it's got to be Natalie, I'm presuming. Who's the 6th hero? Can I use any of these heroes? I've got Geister a 1-star core. We're not building base Finn, Randy. How dare you? So, because the only thing I was thinking with this team, if I go Alakita... Oh no, I've got Wukong. Ignore what I was about to say. Ignore what I was about to say. Yeah. Because I already have a Vespera copy, which is mid, but better than nothing. I would love to do a Sylvie main. I think Sylvie main would be really, really fun, to be fair. Don't... Unstoppable. We don't talk about tenants. Not on this stream. But I will make a point, Randy. We have Will here, who is the expert Alakita. So I'm going to listen to Will's judgment. So yeah, I know what I'm going to build out. Alakita. Tenants. Yeah, but do you know what, Randy, as well? Do you know what annoys me about that? And this isn't a dig at MK or indeed anyone that said the same thing. What has annoyed me is that it came out that Geister's core didn't react the same way as they thought with Alakita. So instinctively, people then turned around and said, Geister's core is shit, stop using it with Alakita. But if you judged it off the results you were getting, i.e. how successful you were in the game, why does it matter if suddenly it didn't work the same as you thought it did? I don't get that. So I don't get it. It's still working. It's still going to give you the same results. Yeah, it's still going to give you the same results. You just didn't understand how it worked. Yeah, so it doesn't mean it's bad. It just means it doesn't work the way people thought it did. But if people did the testing and realised that that was still the most effective way to use it, well, then still do it. No, not at you, Randy, by the way. That wasn't at you. And it wasn't at MK. It's people, I've seen it in the different Discords, right? When it first came out and people were saying, oh yeah, it's rubbish and da-da-da. It's like, no, you've misunderstood it. Just because something doesn't work the way you thought it did, the results are still the same, right? So yeah. But anyway, so I've got Alakita. We're going to get ourselves Wukong Queen. DGN. And then I've got a copy of Vespera. We already had Vespera built on this account. Oh, 100%. As I said, Renville, I didn't watch the video. So I don't know what the original point was. My point wasn't about what MK would have said. It was the immediate aftermath. I didn't understand what all the reaction was. Yeah. Because this account, when I started YouTube videos properly again, which was like January, I stopped using this account. And I made this, before ever talking to Will, I made this an Alakita Natalie Vespera account. And the idea was, in my head, that I thought it was bullshit that you can't use Alakita till Destiny. But I wanted to prove it before saying it. Because there's not that many more debuffs when you're Destiny, right? And so I wanted to see what I could get done with it. And then because of more videos and all that stuff, I just kind of didn't do it. And then Will made the point that that's what he's like, you know, he wants to prove it because he thinks Alakita can be used earlier on in the game rather than just Nirvana or Destiny. So I've kind of got my mojo back for doing it. So yeah, we're on an account. Yeah, Ren, exactly. Thank you. But it's one of those things. I didn't. I don't know enough about the game to make that a point and then argue it successfully. So I thought, well, I'll do it. So, like, for instance, I've got Adakita's core because I made her Destiny. But I couldn't run 2 accounts properly. Yeah, it's because you're both smart. Oh, what did Randy say? Oh. Yeah, well, treasures are always going to be nice, aren't they? I just think it's one of those... I'm happy they haven't made any of them particularly game-breaking. I watched some of Rake's video. I didn't actually get to finish it because I finished driving. About SDE. What a great way of making older heroes more relevant is to give them treasures to make them more relevant. I think that's a fantastic way of doing it. Now, maybe... As I said, I haven't watched all the Rake's video. So, that makes sense to me. Sundavara Eos. Yes. And I think that's great because if people had Vessa's core from long ago, it gives them a chance to reuse her. I would also say that I do not. That's a whole nother story. That's a whole nother story, which I don't mind getting into. I think that, I don't know how you guys feel, they could definitely make some trans heroes out of the older heroes rather than bring completely new heroes into the game. Personally. West Ham. Well, hey, Pac-Man, how you doing, dude? No, you're right. Wukong works well with everyone. Like Wukong's, I don't think Wukong is counter synergistic to anybody. We've got some of the idol heroes greats in the comment section, so they're more than happy to prove to say I'm wrong with that. But Wukong's just fantastic, man. Like, and he does everything you want him to do, whether it's keeping your team alive, making you do more damage, CC, healing. He's just, there's no other hero like him. Which is why he's so good as a first Transcendence hero, because he can do everything you need in one hero. Oh, Pac-Man. Sorry, dude. Who would I want to be your first old trans hero? Morax. Oh, my game's frozen. Hold on. Yeah, it'd be Morax. Morax is my guy. He's my favourite hero in the game. Now, in terms of... do you know what? We had this discussion the other week. And I can't remember... Someone brought up a really smart hero. Oh, Skitow's in. Hey, Skit. How you doing, man? Hey, Mark's in. Corpse Demon. I built Corpse Demon on my off-meta account. I don't think that guy throws one hero at any point. I was so disappointed. And then you flip that around, and I had... Skit. Cheers, dude. You donut. Thanks, man. KB and King Barton was incredible. So, did I use a Rui? What, for my Corpse Demon? No, I didn't. But I didn't have a Dragon Rui then. I like the little sticker. Did you? Is that one of my? I don't know how stickers work. But yeah, I don't know. I think Morax would be cool, but I love like Morax Flora Unimax, bro. What I wouldn't give for a Unimax Transcendence form, in keeping with his original skill set as well. Faceless. Paco, have fun at work, dude. I hope you have a good one. The hero I'm really interested in is next week, Maria. I am very interested to see what they pull out of the bag with her. Trans Heart Watcher. She just needs imprints, Ren. That's all she needs is imprints. She becomes so much better. Valkyrie. Still doing attack based off HP, like damage off HP. But a tenanted homeowner Valkyrie that you can boost the... Yeah. I think Maria... I mean, listen, you guys, the higher end, have this real appreciation for Oscar that I'm too scrubbish to have an appreciation for. Um, and I think so. Who did we have last? Madeline straight away, unless your will was appreciated by the community. Basilisk, jack of all trades, but he's just a worse version of DTV when it comes to it. Ignatius, hot trash. Vespera, I really liked right at the beginning, and everyone was like, no, she's terrible. And she's used obviously for Star Expedition, but I don't get why she's not used for more game modes. Sylvie, I love, but it's disappointing, and Finn's trash. So I just feel like Maria is going to be amazing. Yeah, but Rent, that's Vespera. So, but I don't get. But she's only ever recommended down that route because of the debuffs. Vespera does something called Stygian Mark, and she does 2 when you sub her out, which means she improves the highest attack hero's damage. She also does these debuffs. To be fair, I haven't used her in like 6 months. Lethal Incense, which means she takes less damage from people that have it. But yeah, Stygian Mark means that your ally with the highest attack gets 20% attack bonus, 20% armor, 20% damage reduction, control immunity, speed, She inflicts these nasty things on the hero with the highest attack, the enemy with the highest attack. I can't remember the skill set now. Reduces speed because I was going to use her for Basilisk. Lethal Incense on 2 rather than not just 1. So she's just nice. Yeah, she's support, bro. She's support. Trans horror skit, yes. Bloodblade. Belrain. Belrain's interesting. I think Belrain, well, she's the light version of Emily. I still think you could use her. Because what's her V4? Where is it? Oh, it's not enough to shed it, is it? But like, she's a bit brutal as a support that can just die. I like Belrain. I used to like Belrain. I could never ever manage to build her because light food was actual real life money. But oh yeah, Ren. To be fair, I hadn't even thought when I built her before. I hadn't even thought of that. So you'd have to take that into account. But I feel like you can work your way around that, right? I feel like you can work your way around that. So it's an extra 30 speed more than what you want. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Transgurky. Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, I do get why it's annoying, Ren, to be fair. Trans Unimax sounds like SSM. Nah, Unimax is absolutely amazing. I was pretty sure that our main hero in the anniversary account was going to be Gloria. I'm tempted to make it Unimax and Gloria and have a duo combo, but I'm not sure. Because I'd love to have a Unimax account. Delatium, I had Delatium on this account, on the non-meta account. Our team lineup was KB, Morax, Freya, Delatium, Flora. And then it switched up. We had Alakisa, but it didn't really work. My fault. We had Forkis and it didn't really work. Sigmund got kicked out of the team, but we had Sigmund for ages. Yeah, no, that was a fun account. And then Geester, we made MFG as our first trans hero, and it just didn't work. Does that not? And now listen, Red. Maybe I'm being a complete and utter scrub of this. Does the armor just not matter? Because I've seen other people say to do that, and I completely understand where you're coming from. Or does it just not matter because in Void Campaign especially you're just going to die anyway, right? If you get hit. Oh, Connor, it didn't work. But it's funny because he's here on this account, right? And he hits like an absolute truck in like Aspen, like first round nukes. But when we built him originally, he wasn't doing an awful lot. But that's my fault. I didn't build him correctly. Yeah, that's it. I'm just thinking it doesn't really make much difference. Oh, we've got sigil pages here as well. Yeah. Cthulhu. I don't get, because Cthulhu is still an elite shards, believe it or not. And I don't understand why my guy is an elite shards. In game, he was never an elite hero. Am I right in saying that? Was he ever meta, Cthulhu? Yeah. Like I remember Oberon was meta when he first got released, as was Penny. I don't remember Cthulhu. Oh, he was. I don't remember Cthulhu being meta. Because was Cthulhu... Am I being an absolute moron? Don't answer that. After KB... Was he released after... Because I didn't really play much. After Ada and Aspen got released, I didn't play. Penny and Oberon I was here for. Yeah, well, you didn't want him to burst the dots, I suppose, did you? Which is my issue with Cthulhu. I don't know why they capped it. Well, I do. I can imagine why they capped it, because otherwise you'd make him stupid, but... Everyone had 3 Cthulhu. I wasn't... Well, to be fair, I say I wasn't playing then. My main account was VIP 6/7. And I had 2 E5 heroes. Because that's how far you used to get, being that kind of level VIP when you didn't play the game properly. I had Valkyrie. I had Valkyrie, Horus at E5, Sigmund at E2, Aspen at E1 when I came back to the game. And I came back to the game. In fact, the other day, it was my birthday on my main account. No, yeah, on my main account. And the first thing I did was go to the marketplace and use relics and buy an Aspen copy. Because I wanted to get him to E3. And then within 2 days of playing and spending $10, I had all those Transcendence Hero chests. I was like, what the hell are these? I was like, oh, I didn't need to use relics to buy a hero copy. And so I just, because I'd never seen the chest, there was no such thing as hero chests when I stopped playing the game. There was no Stella. I mean, Stella was completely new to me. Transcendence heroes were new to me. I didn't know any of it. I had nothing apart from a shit dead account. Yeah. And you think how quick it is to get progress now. We got further on our VHL accounts in 4 weeks than I did in like a year of playing the game, spending like $1,000. That's so stupid. So stupid. I remember seeing for the first time what Treasure Train could do. And I was just astounded that you could have heroes that had over 1 million attack. Oh, Ren. When I came, honestly, hey, I came back to the game. When I would have left the game, highest level was E5, and people were really pissed about that because they'd brought out E3 and then very quickly brought out E5, and so people were like, oh, this is bullshit. Ada and Aspen were devastatingly strong. And because there wasn't that many game modes, right? You judged it on PvP. Yeah, and you judged it on PvP. And so the people that had... do you remember... You don't get it? You do get it now, I'm sure. Yeah. This thing here, I can't think of what's... Aura bonus. You used to have Rainbow. And I can't remember what they called the light and dark one. It was like 3 light, 3 dark. Like stupid boosts. And so you'd rock up against people with like Ada, Belrain, something else. And then they'd have an Aspen, Armon Ra, and a Dark Arthindol. And you'd just die. Straight away. Good and evil. That's it, Will. And you just die straight away. And then you'd get... Everyone would try and get Valkyries and Horus, right? And then they brought out Penny and Oberon, and everyone was like, well, these are better than them. And it's like, mate, I just spent 8 months trying to get together 9 copies of Valkyrie. I'm not going to start all over again to get Oberon. I don't think I had. I don't think Carrie was released when I played. No. I don't think Armin Ra was either. Aspen and Ada came out together. They were the last heroes I knew about. Dark Arthindal had been buffed. Ormus had been buffed. Because they used to do that, didn't they? They used to buff heroes. Starlight suddenly had this nuke. So one day, logged onto the game. and these people had Starlight. And she was like one-hitting people's teams. And it was like, this is insane. And Ormus suddenly became usable. But it's so weird. Like, Demon Hunter was meta when I played. Meta-ish. But then it's weird because some heroes were never meta. Margaret, Queen, Balrog, Fatbu, Gusta, Karim, Dantalion, Berea, not really. King Barton was an absolute pig. Cruz was really good. Multiple Scaries were obviously good. Ice Blink, yeah. Hey, Boquin. Oh, did Penny and Armin Ra came out at the same event? To be fair, I don't remember that. Right, so Renville obviously knows Boquin, and I feel bad that I don't know him. Who's Boquin? I don't remember Armin Ra, but I think the thing is with Light and Dark heroes at that time when they were released. Oh, okay, cool. When they got released, it took people a while, even spenders, to get copies of them. So it wasn't immediate. Like, it wasn't that bad. But yeah, I mean, oh, bless. You need a bit of carrying wheel, dear. I remember back in the day that Valentino and Jara, their base form Jara, were insanely strong. Like, because they were two of the only heroes that did multiple enemy CCs. So yeah, very strong. And then there's, I mean, Sia, I can't remember. Oh, I only just missed out on Unimax. That's annoying. Mirage was my first ever skin that I got. I remember that. Skins were impossible to get. But like, you could spend $200 on an event and not even get the artifact. One artifact. That's it. Emily and Mim meta. I remember Mim. I don't remember Emily ever being meta. But like, I've said now, I still don't get why people don't build her up as like a future fodder hero as a new player, because she's solid. Like, absolutely. You're going to feed her, right? But she'd be like your final E5 10-star kind of thing. I do try and get that across to people. If you're going to build up fodder heroes, at least build some up that are going to be useful for you. Usable food, yeah. And there is like Flame Strike for boss fights, absolutely usable. Valentino can be used. I love Sigmund. Don't get me wrong, these guys are trash. Trash. Berea is the most disappointing hero in history, because when you look at his kit, you'd think, I bet he turns into a nuke. No, I've been there, done that. Absolutely doesn't. Even like Gru can do some bits. But that's why I tried Corpse Demon, thinking, because KB done really, really well for me, I thought, well, Corpse Demon's a natural one to do well for me too. This is like 6 months ago. This isn't like 6 years ago. And Corpse Demon done nothing. Absolutely nothing. Starlight, what? Finn, they went for a stage of buffing heroes. When they buffed Starlight, which is wild to look at the skill now, right? This was an absolute nuke back then. Like, it was horrendously strong. It's obviously not now. But even if you go to Aspen Dungeon and you go against, not Aspen Dungeon, Tower of Oblivion, she's still really strong in there now against early game players. What did she do before the buff? Can't remember. I think she was just they even changed her look, I'm pretty sure. I don't think she used to look like this. But she just wasn't, yeah. I don't know why she was her, Ormus. There must have been an Abyss hero and a Shadow hero that got reworked as well. But they reworked. Oh, I think it was Aiden, wasn't it? Or did he just get straight up nerfed? Oh, they reworked Walter badly. Yeah, Dark Arthindal was the one, and she's again fine. Like, she's really irritating to come across. I am hoping, and I didn't look at Barry's video, and I meant to do it. There's that new game mode where you just use 10 stars, right? Or you just use base heroes. I am so looking forward to that. I think the base heroes are so fun. But because you don't use them after like 5 weeks of the game, no one bothers knowing anything about them. I know loads about them because I love the early game. Sierra. Well, Sierra, I was going to make a freeze team. Sierra has a chance to freeze all enemies. FYI. But she can obviously only be made up to 9-star. But she's no mug. Damage against all enemies, 20% chance to freeze. Put a Dragon Rui on her. Each basic attack. And when when the hero dies, there's a chance. So, and that'll obviously get to level 3. Oh, her active won't go up any higher, will it? But you could get that up a level. Yeah, I just think the early game could be more fun, and they've kind of ruined it. Do you know what I actually personally would recommend that they didn't do? Bear in mind, you can't upgrade a hero's tree until you get to level 130. I actually wish that they changed up like the levels slightly and made it so you can't get a trans hero till whatever level, and then there's another break, and then you can break their tree, because people just lose the fundamentals of the game, and then everyone ends up with the same 6 heroes. It's just boring, isn't it? I don't. Yeah, I've never, because I don't watch streams, and I said this before. The idea of the 10-star cup interests me, right? But I don't watch streams, so it's a shame, really. And then I think I looked at it after speaking to him a couple of times ago when he was on stream. I actually looked at it. It's like a 4-hour stream, which is fine, but I'm not going to watch that back. Yeah, so I'm not going to watch that back. So it's difficult, but yeah, I like the idea of it. I do like the idea of it. Yeah, and making it 10-star, and I presume that there's other rules as well, like treasure train and star spawns. I presume, right? Obviously, Grimoire can't be used, but they're not E5, so they wouldn't get the Grimoire buff anyway, would they? But am I presuming like not everyone ends up with the same team, or do they? And it's boring. Will, do you know what? I've gone off of doing that. Because I tried to make a couple of goes at it, and I couldn't do it to the point I was happy with it, and so then I was quite happy not doing it. And I've been a lot happier with the game as a whole, so I haven't felt the need to just do that list. But it may come at some point. Yeah, change up the team. That's cool. I like the idea of it. I do. And it must be fun to take part in. And I'll be interested to see what heroes are meta. But this new game mode I'm really looking forward to, because that's what I revel in. I love it. I love the early game heroes. I think that because there's more variety, right? There's more as you said just then, creativity. There's more creativity. The issue is, when you have transcendence heroes, like what I find people do make me laugh, right? When people turn around and say things like, I've got a Williams, what team should I build? And it's like, well, you're going to build the same team as every other main damage dealer, pretty much. Because you're always going to build the same supports. Yes, Ren, 100%. But do you know, it's interesting you say that. Do you know why that would never work? Because no one else cares. I talk to people about the early game, and I'm so surprised at how many people hate it. Like, they hate playing early game. And so therefore you look at it and you think, say DH Games did a poll and they said to every single player, do you want us to do this kind of mode? Obviously, we haven't talked about specifically what it would entail, but like an early game mode. 90% of people would say no. And logically speaking, if they were going to do a game mode like that and it took away from the development time in other areas of the game, which they already don't do an awful lot on, then I'd probably be like, no, because it wouldn't be populated anyway. You just get bots sitting in there. Vago, listen, I showed you the account earlier. We went through them. Ignis, Waldeck, Heartwatcher, Sigmund, Cruz, Drake. They're the ones. Like, anyone else, don't worry about it. Are there heroes that you can use if needed? Yes, Emily, for instance. But here's the thing. I can't put that in a video format because it's very hard to explain the context. Why, like, how do you split it up? Like, for instance, if I turn around to you and said that Waldeck is an essential hero for your account, but then you don't get copies of him, you're going to think that your account's going to suck because of it. Well, no, he's essential-ish. And then, like, heroes like Emily, she's not essential at all, but she's nice to have. Like, it's really hard to frame that. But go look at, to be fair, Vago, I did my base hero tier list, and that actually included a lot of that stuff. I've got a tier called Useful Food. It's what Renville said earlier. So yeah, there is a tier called Useful Food for that purpose. Heroes that you can use, but you will get rid of. Because what you've got to bear in mind, mate, in terms of heroes that you're going to use once you start getting Transcendence heroes, Heartwatcher, Olivia, Ignis. That's it. Drake. 4 heroes. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I would, because I actually like that video, to be fair. Oh, Cobalt, how you doing, man? Yeah, Boke. I'm going to call you Boke. I hope you don't mind. The newbie growth plan's good. The newbie growth plan has its problems. And there was people arguing, funny enough, in the bug report section. I don't know why they were discussing this. And this guy was saying that, I hated the way he was putting his argument across, because the thing is, you can put across a good point and argue it so terribly that it makes someone that agrees with your point not want to agree with you, right? So he was saying that this is apparently, this is really difficult, which it is, and that Garuda at E1's a pay-to-win hero, and that he has that pay-to-win hero and he still can't do it. It's like, right, she's not pay-to-win. Don't call it that. You get given it for free. Oh, Cobalt. Oh, I'm sorry, bro. Listen, the thing is, right, when bad stuff like that happens, just take into account, and I know this doesn't help you out, and I'm sorry you had a bad week last week. Maybe she was having a shit day and she'd rather not spoil your day by making you part of it, dude. First dates must suck. I haven't had to do a first date in like 15 years. But yeah, I hope your evening gets better and you have a good weekend. Yeah, Renville, I remember that. Robert, yes and no, maybe. Yeah, Vago, exactly. Yeah, but the thing is, he didn't understand. But he was arguing his point terribly. His original argument was the Stellar Challenge is really difficult for new players. 100% true. But he argued his point so poorly that, yeah. I mean, we all got to... I mean, Jordan, in 1 week in the VHL, had an E2 hero. Me and Panda both had E1 heroes in 7 days. And that was no Fantasy Arcade, no Starry Gems, obviously, no Awakens or Treasure Train, anything like that. So, like, it's just silly. Hey, Excalibur, how you doing, bro? Your Garuda's fine. Ah, Kobo, I'm sorry, man. Garuda's fine. Like, for really early game, Garuda's absolutely fine. I don't think she's a problem. My argument is that people try and push progress too fast. I don't see the point to it. Like, even down to, I've seen some people talk about. In fact, it was in MK's comment section on his video saying Holmes Young was better than Eloise, which is bizarre because I think I didn't watch the whole video. I think me and him have basically the same thought process, which was that build Holmes Young because you're going to use him going forward. And this one guy was arguing that Eloise is better than Holmes Young because she can get a couple of levels further in Void Vortex and do a couple more levels in Seal Land, and the rewards therefore make it worthwhile. And it's like, that is so weird. That's so weird to do that, to think that. Will, I'll see you later, dude. Have a good one. Did you also need specific 5 stars to make a 6 star? I don't remember that part. I remember the specific 4 stars. That's crazy. Vago. Oh, I had no idea. No, Excalibur, to be fair, it wasn't. The idea of yours, because you didn't necessarily want yours reviewed, was if we were running. She's there now. Was that if we was gonna struggle with stuff to do because it was a skip week, then I was gonna jump onto it. But because we haven't, to be fair, we're 2.5 hours in, we didn't need to. But we can always jump on if you'd like us at some point. We can jump on. Did you? I don't remember that with the Norma and L area. How weird. Vago, that's always been the way. In my event review, there is I've put the heroes that you need. So it's done like if you have, let's look, for instance. So Madeline's a priest, right? So therefore, to do Madeline, you'd need to use priests from Fortress, 4 stars, etc. Williams is a ranger, so you'd need to do Ranger Abyss heroes, etc. So there is method to the madness. And you do know this like the week before. If you go to the event preview and you click on it the week before the event comes out, you see what heroes are going to drop in it, so you can kind of prepare for it. Madeline, I don't know. I normally just call her Maddie. That's it, yeah, I put it on thingy. Yeah, to be fair, that's what I do too. Yeah, do you know what? I don't remember the niche side of it. I mean, I like doing, obviously, the auto. Are you talking about this? We can build one. Oh, it's funny, because, like, here's the thing. Yeah, see, I'm not doing this on this account. I could do the rev keys. I want to save that for the video. How's the Fantasy Arcade? 214. I've been grinding it. So yeah, and it sucks, especially because I had a couple of people offer to do it for me, and I said no, because if I'm doing it, I'm gonna do it. Thanks, Mark. It was only because of you that I've managed to do it, dude. Otherwise I wouldn't have had a chance. I've been doing a bit every day. Liam, it is so bad. How are you doing? It is so bad. I can't stand it. Also, I've invested way too much of my spare time, like spare 5 minutes here and there, doing Flora's Adventure. I'm getting no stars from doing it. And I wish I hadn't started, because I now have the sunken cost fallacy where it's like, well, I've started, so I'm going to keep on going until I get to level 20. I just can't be bothered. But I know that this is going to give me passive production of stars. So I'm going to keep on going. So we got, because I need to get to, it's so bad. The rewards are so bad until you get to 3. And even then, it's not even the origin artifact. It's like working in a sweatshop. What did he? Who said what? Sorry, there. By the way, we think we can get anything from childhood dreams, or what should we get? Any suggestions? Is that what this event's called? Am I? Oh, yeah. Don't worry about it. Just get the orange treasure, my man. It's the only thing worth getting. I'll probably potentially. No, I definitely will get that. I definitely will get it. I won't get this. I was thinking about getting this. I won't. Yeah, right. Thank you, Redville. I said this to someone earlier on. You could go and walk around outside and pick money off the floor, then spend that in game and get further progress than just doing it. But this is a proper free to play account. We're doing it proper free to play. We're only cheating a little bit by using the macros, and I don't even think people consider the macros cheating. By the way, is this game mode possible without using the macros? Has anyone ever done it without the macros? Because I have no idea. I've done one too many. I genuinely don't know how it's possible. Yeah, it is. That's crazy. I sometimes struggle with the macros, and that's when I have like 50 of the Vipers on the field. Oh, God. On the plus side, it seems that this is a bit better. I've also found out how to put them straight up. I fucked it. I was trying to show off by putting them straight up and it didn't work. It's a bit janky. But we're not going to complain too far. Yeah, Connor, fair play. Foot jelly, what? What are you confused with, young man? Whereas in the front... No, it's mages. Viper Guard. Right, well, we've done it anyway, because now we've got Viper Guard, it's just easy. As long as you get a Viper Guard, it's you smash it. Any other spells? Samurai? Listen, we're doing this while we're chatting. So just get over it. I do this when the motivation strikes. Like, I actually went from stage 15 to stage 100 yesterday. Or day before, on the time trial. So I was a really good boy. You have to click... No, joke. I was about to say you have to click really fast. That'd be a lie. It's the macro. Listen, I am the most technologically illiterate person in the world, so I can't explain it to you. There you go. That clicked it wrong. So I've got a couple of random mines down. But yeah, I just... Yeah. But it's quite easy to do, but it's just mind-numbing. Like, I've started to watch more YouTube since I've started doing this. And the thing is, the Viper Guards are the one, right? Everything else kind of sucks compared to them. But I like getting tactical mines. I like getting the lightning totems. I like getting the Viper Guard. I like getting this thing. And then I'm not too worried. I actually started liking to use the alchemy bomb. That's quite fun. Viper Guards are so good. I don't know if it's bannable. Listen, I've seen people... I think it was Barry I saw do it on his account before. I don't think DH Games particularly care. If they cared that much, make it more fun. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's not my fault, is it? No. Cobalt, mate, I don't know how much money you have in real life, but I'm almost certain you don't have enough to pay me to do this. However, if you're on the Discord, there'd be people that I could send you in the right direction to that would do it that I trust. I certainly wouldn't be doing it for you because I don't want to do it for myself. I'm doing it because I have to do it, not because I want to do it. And I'm not even good at it. You wouldn't want to pay me to do it. I'd charge an hourly rate and you'd be paying me far more significant hours than you would a normal person. Just because of inefficiency. One S tier. Oh, Sandy. Do you know what? I'm not surprised. I would honestly say, like, when I was doing the time trial yesterday, and I'd managed to fully level up the Viper guards and all the extra stuff. So there was like hundreds of Vipers on the field because I'd managed to reduce the cooldown and stuff like that, right? And extend the spell duration and all that. And my PC was struggling. And my PC's not a joke, to be fair. I know you probably think it is because all I do is play... It's fucking frozen. As I'm talking about it. That is wild. Okay, right. There it goes. Too many Vipers on the field. There was so many yesterday and it didn't crash. Right. I'm so pissed off that it's crashed there. Yeah, thank you, Vago. The PC's annoyed at me. It's like, stop it. There's too much stuff on the screen. Yeah, but Ren, it's not a problem. I bought this PC. Yes, it's freezing cold, my PC. It's that's BlueStacks more than anything. My PC, to say it's overkill for what I use it for would be an exaggeration. I bought my house. And after we bought my house, I decided that I wanted to start building up proper credit for when we came up to remortgage. Old person stuff, right? So me and my wife, neither me and my wife had ever had a credit card. So we've got a credit card. And then I was speaking to some people and they said, right, what you need to do, you need to use some of your credit. Because if you don't use your credit, it works negatively for your credit. So I said to my wife, oh, we're going to go get a PC. I'd never had a PC before. Never even had a laptop. And then, yeah, went to... went a bit crazy with what I ended up getting. And since then, I've just basically played games like this on it. Oh, no, that's terrible. I don't like any of this. Okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. If you cancel a credit card, it goes well down, dude. Yeah, you shouldn't ever cancel a credit card. Or if you don't use it for ages, then it drops your credit anyway. Mark, you would have a credit score, though. Surely. How do the banks know whether you're trustworthy or not? How do they know if you've gone bankrupt, etc.? Maybe it's just not called a credit score. There must be something like it. How do the banks know if to loan you money? Yeah, Carol, you've got to use it. Listen, I don't think it... Oh, God, I like the lightning totem. We're struggling, though, because do you know what we haven't got? We haven't got the Viper Guard. We haven't got the Viper Guard. No, they wouldn't be, but they would be. So, for instance, I would presume that a vast majority of banks obviously communicate with people or other banking systems, right? So, even if there isn't a credit score, I'm sure they'd still ask. And it depends how much money it is, guys. Like, if we're talking about you want to borrow 10 grand, I don't think the bank's going to be the end of the world. If you wanted to go buy a house and have a mortgage for $300,000 or euros, then they may be a bit more worried about you. But no, you should worry about your credit score. You know, a bit of common sense stuff as you get older. This is terrible. I hate this. I'm really worried we're not going to get Viper Guard. And if we don't get Viper Guard, I'm going to cry. Nope. Caradel, believe me. So we had a mortgage and we'd never had a credit card. And the guy was like, well, that's not good. So what do you mean? We don't have anything on finance. We never even had a car on finance, right? We saved up to buy the car we wanted. And they were like, yeah, no, this isn't good. They're like, we don't know if you're trustworthy. It's like, well, how about the fact, you arseholes, that we haven't borrowed money because we live within our means? How about that? Oh, it's crashed again. That's so weird because, as I said, it was doing this the other day every now and then. To be fair, I don't care not playing on BlueStacks. Because it's BlueStacks. It's never crashed once on the Google Play one. BlueStacks, it was crashing quite consistently, which is why I stopped playing on BlueStacks. Yeah. Maybe, Finn. Maybe. I hope it's not. But on top of that, no one misses mortgage payments, right? Who's risking losing their house when you've paid 15% as a deposit? Like, you're not going to risk losing it for nothing. Ah, I might have a problem, yeah. To be fair, we're 3 hours in anyway. I'm enjoying chatting. But I also want to have this up. Being frustrating. Yeah, credit scores, I get why they're there. And to be fair, as long as it doesn't impact you too negatively, no one can really complain. I mean, you know, I also think there should be consequences for, you know, being an idiot and not paying your debts and stuff like that. Like, people get annoyed at, like, bailiffs and stuff like that. But it's like, hold on, if you paid your debts, they wouldn't be knocking at your door. Do you know what I mean? Oh, Robert, I wouldn't take anything I say seriously. Oh, gun, lampoon. Nice one. Oh, I see that joke. I like it. Yeah. Yeah, but credit card, Caradel, is the easiest thing in the world to get your money back legally. Oh, it depends where you are, I suppose. So in the UK, and I would presume the whole EU, if you go to your bank and say, on a credit card, and you say, this charge wasn't me, you don't have to prove it wasn't you. That's literally impossible. They have to prove it was you. So it's very easy to get your money back. Like, same as if you buy a service and you're not happy with it, you can charge back. Do you know what I mean? Really straightforwardly, you can charge back if you've used a credit card. If you use a debit card or a bank transfer, it's so much harder. You have to kind of have proof. But, which still find it weird. So we can't do it. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, but you can have nice things as long as I think there's a debt spiral problem, isn't there? I'm sure you're all aware of people / are the person in your life gets in debt to pay off more debt and then buys more stuff. And I suppose if you're already $2,000 in debt, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000, you probably look at a £80 pair of trainers and think to yourself, oh, just get them. But I'm lucky, I'm fortunate. And my wife neither. We've never been materialistic. So in terms of like wasting stuff, neither of us have ever had a problem with that. My biggest ever expense outside of like a car was this PC. And I've never, and to be fair, I didn't need to buy what I bought. But I enjoy it. And I haven't played, do you know what? I haven't played a game other than Idle Heroes since my Christmas break. I was playing a bit of Arena Breakout. And then I started actually making videos again in the new year, because before then I was doing the Thursday video and I was doing streaming for a day. But yeah, we won. Yay. Yeah. Debt can be good if used properly. The problem is just like anything. It's like what we were talking about earlier, trying to give people advice. So you turn around and say debt can be good. I understand what you mean by that. You tell the wrong person debt can be good, and they end up maxing out their credit cards and then turn around to you saying, what do you mean getting 10 grand's worth of debt's bad? You said it was a good thing. It's like, yeah, but there's context and nuance. It's not just good to owe loads of money. Oh, mate, Robert, I love it. I love shooting games, whether it was Overwatch or anything like that. I've always liked shooters. I just don't have the time for it now. He says, sitting here playing a children's mobile game. Like, comparatively, I don't have the time for it. To be fair, we'll give it 10 minutes and then we'll call it. Been on 3. Do you know, I noticed the other day, and it's never deliberate, right? I went through my my old streams to see kind of how long streams last for. And every stream is like 3 to 3.5 hours. Like the last 15 streams. That wasn't deliberate. It's just always the way it's worked out. So I was quite impressed with myself that I'm always so consistent. It wasn't desired consistency. Oh, Connor, do you play it? I enjoyed Arena Breakout. Very easy game just to jump in, play it, jump back out kind of thing. So yeah, for me, I enjoyed it. Right, so to be fair, we might as well just do this with... We can start building her up. I really hope that I'm not going to have issues with that blue stacks macro. Because I'm not doing it manually. And I don't know how to do it without it. She is going to be destined, so we are going to do that. Yeah, 3 hours is good, and it's not too stressful for me either. I like 3 hours. And generally speaking, I said, because of the game the way it is, I can normally get 3 hours out of it. But, well, I did one stream that was 5.5 hours. I can't believe it was 5. I don't know what I was doing during that stream for 5.5 hours. But, you know, whatever floats my boat. Hey, Samurai. So the plan for this account, this is going to be an Alakita account. Alakita, Natalie, Vespera. Maybe not Vespera. Probably Vespera. Queen Wukong. This was like a troll account. Not a troll account, a meme account. We're not going to meme it anymore. We're going to take it more seriously. We've got the Grimoire to level 50, which is perfect. Because that means that we can cap our attack without going too high, and we want to see how far we can push it, ready? Because we've got all the stuff we need. But I need more soul symbols to regress everyone. Yeah, but I don't get why... do you know what? He answered this before. I don't get why he streams so late. And then I think I asked him and he said, is it to do with the Americans? Yeah, well, this account already had Destiny like 6 months ago. But I turned this into the Dream Team. And then I haven't had enough time to actually see it through. Oh, he does it around the reset times. Okay. I suppose you get more... But if he does that doesn't he stream every night? So if he does every reset, then he misses the stuff from the previous night. From the previous day, right? I don't know. I'm not going to put too much thought into it. I'm sure he knows exactly what he's doing. But yeah, so if he goes on... So like Wednesday, if he goes on at reset, then when he goes on Thursday, he's missed... By the way, is my camera really clear? I'm looking at it now. And I've always hated this camera. It wasn't cheap. And I've always thought it looked like shit. I can now see myself fully clearly. I swear it's never... That's so weird. It's never that clear. It's never that clear. I'm going to have to start wearing makeup and make myself look more beautiful. I've always thought it looked bad. Yeah, but I actually look. It looks clearer today. Oh, thank you, Vago. Will, you said you were gone. You were gone. You can fuck off. You can go back if you're going to make horrible comments about me. You know I'm very sensitive, so don't be mean. Right, we need to get our Natalie copies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We need 3 more heroes. Ah, what am I doing? We'll use all them. Oh, I know, Ren, but it couldn't hurt, could it? It couldn't hurt. Came back just to diss my looks. That's it. Will's lurking, waiting to strike. Oh, shit. Right. We might have a problem building up Vespera. Where did my food go? What has happened on this account? Oh, no. Please say I got... What? Oh, okay. At least I've got this. I don't know how else to get it. Boke, listen. Do you know what I think actually happened? And I watched some of Rake's live stream back the other day. And he said he's going to start doing event streams again. He said he stopped because I started doing it. But obviously, he was doing that to help me out. He wasn't doing it because he's scared. Because when Rake goes live, he gets like 250, 300 people watching him. And he's such a cool dude. And I think he literally done it to stop me from being demotivated. Because I would do it and I wouldn't have many people watching, right? We'd normally average 35, 40 people at the moment. Yeah, I know. Oh, he had 300 on his Awaken stream. He's so nice, man. I literally think that's the reason he stopped doing it, was because I think we'd already spoken. I said to him, this is like the only night I can do guaranteed. And I think he didn't want to put me off doing it. I think that's literally the reason he done it. Or what he was doing is he was streaming earlier and then stopping when my stream was coming up. And I felt... And I never said thank you because I didn't know if that's why he was... He never outright said that's what he was doing, but I always suspected that's what he was doing. And so he's lovely, lovely guy. I love Rake. Oh, bless you, Ren. Yeah, listen, Rake is a walking W, man. He absolutely is. Such a nice guy. Like I said to you guys earlier on, I had that promo thing. First thing I did was message him and be like, does this kind of make sense? Because why wouldn't I? It's obvious. Oh yeah, yeah, he does, and he's been like that from the start. And to be fair, we've got Excalibur here and Pendlix, and he's done the same for them. He helped them out. He's always done it, and he gets nothing from it. Like I can offer Rake nothing, and I have offered him. I've said to him, if there's anything you can think of, but obviously there's nothing I can do, right? Vago, let me tell you what the video was called, my man. So, as I said, there should be a tier in there called it. It was just the base heroes tier list. If you just Google or YouTube base hero tier list, it will come up. It's a 10-minute long video because I kept it short. Now, on top of that, I think as well, I don't know. He's good, dude. I know that he did genuinely have bad internet connection because he was saying like his box one day just stopped working. Well done, Vago. You watch that and you let me know what you think. He's a good guy. To be fair, do you know who I'm really disappointed I've never managed to make contact with? Not that I've tried, mainly because it's not my position to. I'd love to speak to Barry. I think Barry sounds like he'd be a well alright dude. I think me and Barry would get on really, really well. And I know that Barry and Rake get on. Rake likes Barry. I'd like to speak with Barry. I think it's an age thing. I think you're on people's wavelength a little bit more when you're a little bit older. Like, because there's such a huge difference from being 18 to 21 to being 30 to 35. Like, massive difference. Which is then funny because then like 35 to 40, 45 isn't a big difference. That surprises me, Ren. Do you know why that surprises me? There's not many people here, so we can talk about it a little bit. I didn't think... I've seen some comments from MK about Barry before, so I'm surprised that Barry goes into his streams. Like he's put up, yeah. I didn't know, but it'd be nice, wouldn't it? Yeah, I've seen him say, yeah. And to be fair, that's it because I don't know Barry, so maybe he does. Yeah, there you go. And absolutely, and do you know what I hate? I do hate it when people criticise Barry and tell him what he should be doing. It's like, bro can do what he wants. He's a grown-ass man. If he doesn't want to be playing Idle Heroes 24/7, he doesn't have to play Idle Heroes 24/7. Both Barry and MK have been playing this game for far too long now, bless their hearts. How they're still making content on it, I don't know. Yeah, Barry hates that. And it's just... Do you know what I would understand more? If Barry was like an asshole, I would get it. I would get why people criticised him. But he's not, so I don't get it. I can get if you don't like Barry's content, but then you don't have to watch it, right? But he's such an inoffensive type of person. I don't get it. MK's account reviews are hilarious. I think he's so harsh sometimes. When I first came back to the game, like just over a year ago, like a year and a week ago, right? I'd have MK's account review videos on in the background quite often. And I would hate to have had my account reviewed by him. And I appreciate that everyone probably says to him, you can do this, right? I'm sure he asks. But yeah, I can't be that mean. I really can't be that mean. And bear in mind, I've been on some accounts, right? And I've done some videos on some accounts that have been, you know, they've struggled. But I don't have it in me. I can't be horrible. I mean, you look at my state of my different accounts and you can see why. Yeah, Ren, that's it. I'm sure they are. But I just feel, yeah. And I get why, because like sometimes when I see screenshots of people's accounts, I do think like, what on earth have you been doing? But it's really difficult because I suppose that's what people want to see. Like people don't want to see, they either want to see you say this account's amazing, or they want to see you say, well, this account's abysmal. They don't like an in-between. But yeah, I don't. Oh, there you go, mate. I've seen, I said, some of the accounts I've been on have needed serious work. And I say it's not a criticism of him because it's a content thing, right? Caleb, finance. Caleb's an absolute moron, I can tell you that much. Why do people agree to go on that show is what I want to know. Yeah. And it's difficult as well, right? Because when you're trying to make a video on an account, when I do my account reviews, I try and do ones like we've done one for Eric and Jason and Mark. Mark, who's commenting now, Mark's was the really good one because it was on the way to level 130. And then we done it again when he hit 130. So you can show people how you should prepare your account, like the good and the bad. And then we had like Eric's account. And Eric's problem was that he'd built trans heroes up just to be tenants. So again, it's like, it's stuff that I thought could be a teaching moment for people. There are certainly accounts that I've decided not to make a video on because I literally couldn't do it without being too horrible. Like there was no redeeming qualities in several that I've had access to. And I just think to myself, I can't do it. I can't sit there and just slate them. And I know people would find it fun. I just would struggle with it. I don't. Yeah. Yeah, Mark, 100%. Yeah, but I don't get me wrong. I feel the same things, and I want to say the same things that perhaps other people say. But I suppose the difference is this: if it was like a friend, I'd rip the shit out of it because I know the person on the other side of it. And everyone says that, right? Like and to be fair, I've spoke to a couple of you about this. I'm so overly sensitive about criticism, etc. Right? And but at the same time, if someone criticised me, I wouldn't be like, oh no, don't do that. I'd laugh along, but inside be dying, right? So I always worry when you get someone send through an account and be like, oh shit, you can say what you want. Inside I go, oh, they're just saying that because people have asked me to look at it, whatever. And so I think, oh, what if that person really can't take it? Whereas if it's a friend, I know I can just rinse the shit. Or if it was one of you guys and you said to me, look, genuinely just put it out there, whatever, I'd say it, I'd make shit comments, fine. So I have the ability to be quite cutting. I worry about the person because I don't know them, what they actually think. But then I suppose you guys, obviously, you vet the people kind of first, you talk to them and they know what's coming, right? I think because I haven't done like a really scathing review, people wouldn't probably expect it. So they wouldn't know what they're signing up for. Mate, listen, did Paco's here because that's incognito is Paco, right? So Paco, why are you calling our new members paedophiles in the Discord? Because that isn't. Renville, I feel like you've just twisted my mind with what you've said. That's probably contributing to why you feel it's more harsh to be critiqued by you than a person who seek you reviewed. Right, I get it. Because I'm more sensitive, I'm assuming other people are more sensitive, which is absolutely right. Because obviously you can only mirror how you feel. Because like I would love to turn around to whoever and be like, rip on my account, like give me an account review, but I wouldn't want to hear the feedback. So I wouldn't put myself in that position. Yeah. Oh, Paco, I think Boke's only joking, dude. Yeah. Oh, bless it, Paco. Don't take it seriously. He only said it in a friendly way. It's because we were saying, we were saying like Discord and everyone's really nice, and then he made the point that you insulted him. But Paco is our designated greeter, so if you do join the Discord, the person most likely to insult you is Paco, because he's also the person that's most likely to be interacting with you first. But we love Pac. We love Paco. Sarek and Boke, you've got a serious account. I like how you're here learning tips. You're just trying to learn off the VH Guild. We're definitely going to hit hard mode next time. We finished on 101, and that was with several members not knowing. I haven't even been using this. The Island 8 existed, even though I'd done a video. Even though I'd done a video explaining. We haven't been getting the good reward. I don't care. Nah, I bet. Ren, have you completed chapter 13? Out of interest. Now listen, we're not bringing up names of people that didn't know chapter 8 Island 8 existed, even though I made a video on it 2 days before it started. Oh, you haven't tried? How about you, Boke? Have you done chapter 13? No, Connor, I'm only joking too. Listen, he makes me die. Ah. Yeah, chapter 13. I mean, I can hope and dream. I don't think I'll ever get there. There you go. Chapter 13 in Void campaign. Talk about Star Souls. Talk about Star Souls. I don't know if Will's being ironic with what you're saying. It's probably the hardest one so far. Will, are you being a wind up by saying obviously it's because it's the last one, or are you saying it's the hardest jump up so far compared to what was before? Yes. Okay, so he does mean the smart thing rather than the wind up thing. Okay. You can never tell with Will. You can never tell. Yeah, well, someone's done it with less than 400. Yeah, so, Ren, he was being Will. He was doing a Will thing. But he gets away with it. He's fine. Yeah, you gave him far too much credit. To be fair, I thought he was being silly as well. PvP sounds fun. Like, we're going to build up Basilisk. Oh, Vago, but that's really good you're here, dude. It's great to get newer players properly involved. You're the future of the game, mate, because all these whales, they leave. And so we need new blood coming in, right? It's like the old dudes at golf clubs that gatekeep the golf club and then they die because they're old and there's no young people playing golf because all the old people kept them out. That's what the community can be like sometimes. Though, to be fair, we're so fortunate here with these guys. Like, everyone wants to help out, don't they? So yeah, it's good that you're here. We've had, do you know what? It's really weird. I say blow up. Like 1,500 views. My free-to-play episode 1 done really well. We got loads of subs from that, and loads of new people have come on board and started asking questions, which is fantastic. Yeah, he's a good grind. As I said, just take it slow. There's no need to rush. Hey, Deuce, how are you, man? Will was desperate for Oscar to be considered better than Madeline. I can feel it. Yeah, this week is, man. Listen, Deuce, you gotta understand. I know you want to be a super whale. Here's the problem with being a super whale. You've got to know when to stop. And this week isn't a week really your account where you are is going to spend loads of money. Wait till next week. You can spend your staff, get your CSG in, and you'll be fine. Oh, nice, Vago. Does your friend still play? Imp does suck. But then people do whale on it. Like, Rake and Ali have both whaled on it. And because you get the rev keys. But I think Juice is the guy we've done an account review for on, like, Monday. So VIP 6 after 10 days. So his account, there's no point him waiting on it because he's not going to get anything he can use, right? Ah, okay. Yeah. Someone said, Robert, kind of hard for this game to make people stay. I disagree. Do you know what? And I've only really I've thought that they need to change up the newbie growth plan. Do you know what I think would make it significantly better? Rather than just giving Garuda, if they gave you hero packs, which included these heroes, or you already get Sigmund, like these heroes right here. Because that poor chap arguing on the Idle Heroes discussion Discord, we can all argue that he's an absolute moron because he was for what he was saying. But no one tells you, other than me, that Heart Watcher and that is useful. And so people build the wrong heroes, then they get frustrated, then they stop playing the game. Because they can't complete Stellar Challenge Stage 1. and it takes too long. It takes too long to complete it. Like, you get to this stage here after 3 or 4 days, and then it takes you like, and I'm bear in mind I'm playing like semi-optimally. It would take most people probably 3 weeks to complete stage 1, which is craziness that you get to chapter 27 and then can't do anything. I don't know, Samurai. I think that, well, there's 2 ways of doing it. The rewards from game modes, they are a bit stinky. But if they had more events with like mysterious hours and stuff like that, yeah. Yeah, Ren, I agree. I don't get it. I mean, it's nice to get, I suppose their argument would be that you get nicer rewards, right? Like you get all of these things. I don't know if I agree with that. This could have been Broken Spaces. Then when you complete, say, whatever it was, stage 9 of Broken Spaces rather than stage 11, you then go to the second stage of this and just call this Stellar Challenge. Yeah. Yeah, but Vago, that's a problem. And let me explain why. You're a good egg, right? You've watched content and you've engaged with the community side of it, so you've stuck with it. Can you imagine how demoralizing it is? You start a game and then you hit this random roadblock that you can't clear. And you're doing less than 1% damage to that boss. That means you can't progress past this point. You don't know that Heartwatch is good. I don't even think the Newbury Growth Plan, the new player guide mentions it. Maybe it does. You don't get wall deck because you don't pick it from chests because you just pick Eloise. And so you end up doing nothing. And everyone says Sigmund shit. So no one builds the Sigmund even though you get the copies. Or they do build Sigmund and they use them as a 9-star food. Like, the game isn't intuitive at all. And I just think that is something they need to do. Because it's hard for players to keep the end game players. I think the community side keeps them in the game. But retaining new players is vitally important that I think they probably just suck at doing. To be fair, this guild chat, this world chat was popping the last few days. And it's just this. It's just people asking about different guilds normally. Oh, Paco, see you later, dude. Have a good one, man. Juice. Yeah, but you came on board, and to be fair, everyone's been really helpful, right? Mark, I'll see you later, dude. Oh, I don't get it. That's a relatively new thing, isn't it? But you can silence it, right? Oh. No, you can't. You can block everything else apart from that. Nice, man. Cool. Yeah, that's so weird, isn't it? It's so weird. Server merge. Yeah. I mean, my server's 35. I don't think that's ever been merged. My main account. And Juice, we were literally talking about this about half hour, 40 minutes ago. And it's really difficult. It's really difficult. I feel like there is nuggets of people in the community that are really knowledgeable, but not only are they knowledgeable, they want to tell you about the knowledge. And then there's other people that know a shit ton of stuff and they don't want to waste 1 second explaining it to anyone. Which is like, it's okay. They don't have to. But I do feel like, I don't know. I sometimes look at the main Discord and I hate it. I think it's so bad. Some of the reactions and like people dogpile on the abuse as well. Like they'll put up a screenshot of their account and you just get people ripping the shit out of it. And it's like, and that must put other people off from posting their accounts, right? But I'm happy you found us, Juice, because it's been fun and your account's already in a better place, right? And we've managed to curtail your spending to reasonable amounts and in the proper way. Yeah, Vago, but that's why a lot of people I recommend should have 2 accounts. Because if you're twitchy fingered, have a second account. Because I think Ida Heroes is a great game. I with elements of it that do need some work. Like, I still don't like the fact that Void campaign is so one-dimensional. I think that's a real shame. And I think that that's something that they could look at change. They could have a new game mode. As said, and it's I presume that Betty was the reason that they've just gone down the Valkyrie route, right? Just make them fucking 2,000,000% twine immune, and then it's not a problem. But it's too late now, and the reason it's too late now because they've had to make it just Valkyrie waves, so you can't really build around that. Why is Sylvie in the team? Why is... Hey? What has happened there? Sylvie shouldn't be there, should she? No, she shouldn't. But it's like every single... So this is why I say to people, don't rush progress. Because what are you rushing? You're rushing to get from one shit stage to another one. And it's just irritating. It's just irritating. Oh, Skit, what are you doing? Thanks, man. I think Skit's been lurking. When you first started, you posted a Maverick screenshot in the roll channel to get the roll, but a mod said actually change tab on the image. Yeah, it's so strange, right? Some of the helpers there are really, really good. Some of them shouldn't be given that role. You shouldn't just be given that role because you know what you're talking about. You should actually want to help people. And like, some of them are just... Yeah, some of them are bad. Some of them are bad. Like, it's so off-putting being there and watching them interact with people and how rude they are. Not with me, but with random people. And I think, oh, again, I would never ask another question there if that's how I was responded to. Oh, Saku left. Oh, Deuce, what are you doing? Oh, and Skis, guess what? Deuce getting himself a crown. Cheers, Deuce. Bless you. You didn't have to do that, man. How did... Oh, no, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Has Saku left? Because I was going to bring up Saku and say Saku's like the happiest person I've ever come across. Oh, bless you, but Juice, you... Okay, that's not the point of saving money. It's to waste it elsewhere, but I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. Yes, Skit, has Saku left then? Because he was always so positive, not just to me, but to everyone. Oh, no! No! Look how close that was to winning. We'll get there. We'll get there. Oh, Ren. Thank you, bro. I don't know what that is. What is knock? Right. Saku got in an argument with someone and they stopped him being a helper. The nicest person in the world, the happiest person in the world, got in an argument with someone and they blamed him. I haven't seen the argument, but they blamed Saku and banned Saku. Fucking joke. I mean, admittedly, I don't know what the argument was. Oh, bless you, Ren. Don't have to do that, man. Thank you, dude. Yeah. Oh, bless you. Thanks, man. Well, I presume when you're really nice, like Saku, maybe it's harder to stick up for yourself as well because you haven't got that. Yeah. He was always so nice to everyone. He was always so happy. So that's a shame. That's a real shame. Oh, bless you, Ren. I'm self-employed. I don't get tax refunds. But yeah. So why do you... Oh, to be fair, Skit, I don't want to put you... Because you're quite active on there, aren't you? I don't want to put you in a spot by asking you. But that seems weird. That seems weird that he'd get let go for that. Yeah, free Saku. Thank you, Randy, because you're not on there, Randy. But Saku's one of those. He was always a very positive person, and I think that's the type of person you need there. Do you know, it's weird? I did think, because I spent about 2 weeks where I wasn't really on there, and when I came back, I thought, it's weird, because Saku was always positive, and I hadn't seen him. He would like West Ham. He would like West Ham. But yeah, there's a couple of the helpers that are good, and as did I. Like, I like Nolds. I don't think Nolds likes me, but he knows what he's doing. And to be fair, do you know what I like with him? He obviously knows what he's talking about, and he takes time to explain it properly when he's asked. And he doesn't ever come across like he's annoyed that he's been asked. Whereas there's others there, and you know, you get like a 2-word answer, and you're like, well, that's not really helping me out. Longo, where's Dark Lance when we need him? We're getting West Ham messages left, right. Yes, Gun Lampoon, we are. As I do also get why that must be a demoralising job. They get nothing for it. And as a reference point, when you look at the guides, is phenomenal. Yeah, but it's so interesting to get it. Like I get why they'd get, I think what annoys me. I'll explain what annoys me. So I try and go on the early game help, and I try and help out there, right? I don't venture too much further than early game help. And sometimes you'll say something to someone or be like, look, this is where you should look, and they'll be like, I don't want to go do that much reading. It's like, well, don't ask help then. Like, if someone's bothered to make a guide, go and read the guide, right? Someone directly messaged me the other day and asked about the Glory Challenge, and I said, I've got a video, so I sent them the YouTube link, and it's like a 13-minute video, and they're like, I don't want to watch that. It's like, well, fucking get out my DMs then. Like, what are you talking about? Like, why would I sit and explain to you if I've sent you the link to it? Do you know what I mean? So I can imagine being part of that Discord and seeing the same questions over and over again. Must be quite demoralising. But then you're right. I suppose then they just don't do it. Like, don't have that role. Yeah, but people do make me laugh. Yeah, and my attitude has always been, and as I said, to be fair, I know now which ones to ask. Yeah, baby! 911 done! I knew we'd get there. Oh, fuck! Oh, no. Why is this wave here right after? Oh, I didn't realise this was 912. I'm not feeling positive about this whatsoever. You're such a King Barton. I don't think I've got the mental strength. He is OP. I don't think I've got the mental strength to change what needs to be changed. Ren, what is this about? I was like, I'll get to 9-2 something when there'll be a gusting wave or something. I didn't realise they'd done this straight after. Very frustrating. I was a little bit away from getting it. I don't think it would have been enough. What did Idle Zero say? Idle Zeros is here. That's cool. Don't you dare big up Will. All right? We don't big up Will here. He's refusing to release more videos that I can sit and listen to. So we don't tell him. Vago. Nah, to be fair, listen, King Barton is food. It's interesting, Vago. Zepstricity, by the way, I'm only joking. We love Will. If you have, or if you like listening to stuff in the background, what would be quite interesting for you potentially is looking at my off-meta series. Because we see heroes like Morax and Flora and Freya and King Barton be absolute studs for my team, and I took them right into the distance. So yeah, they are good heroes. King Barton can still be used. It's a hill I'm prepared to die on. Absolutely prepared to die on that hill. Force War. I've already done Force War. Why is she giving me a demonstration? I've done it. I've completed it. What's happening here? Oh, Connor, we've all been there. Do you know that's why this account? No, not this one. That's why my other account has no light or dark heroes. I was obviously just using them for food. I try and keep a 10-star built up in light and dark so that if I need to, I can regress and build someone up. But again, that's advice that how do you give that advice to people so they can understand it? Yeah, Randy, mate, listen. I've maxed out all the bosses. I maxed out all the bosses. And I'm 180th. Disgusting. Disgusting. Yeah, there you go. 100%. That's absolutely fine, dude. And then when you get your Wukong, you will take the guild tech off of Eloise and you will put it onto Wukong, and it's free for the first time you reset a guild tech. You talk about Renville. Why is that? Why is that a casual max out? What kind of insult was that? 2,400 points. What are you saying? Don't trick me. What? How can I do more than this? I maxed it. No, don't even. That's not possible. Is that possible to do? I didn't think that was possible to do, so I didn't even think about that. Surely that's not what these people... It is. What, with just a fat Grimoire and a fat train? Toad. That's crazy, though. What heroes? Do you know what? Shakiri, I don't. I've got a guide on the different types of starry gems. This guy, when he first came back to the game, was using Prism Starry Gems for everything. Or Starry Gems, whichever one it was when I came back. So, I've got a Starry Gem guide. The Awakening guide will be coming not this week. The Guild guide is this week. Awakening guide will be next week. And I'll show people how to do it. But if you have any questions whilst we're here, man, feel free to ask and I can show you. To be fair, I swear we do this every stream. Not in a bad way. Like we go through it. But if you have any specific questions, Shakiri, ask, and it's absolutely fine. Yeah, Longo, I know that because we had Ben last time who was struggling with that. Are you? No, you're not. Yeah, it's because there's not that many people that play the game. Yeah, but I think the thing is probably, Matt, that we're very similar on points. Like, because to be fair, I mean, none of these were particularly difficult for my account this time round. But there was one last time that was absolutely... I can't remember if it was Mage. I think it was Mage. I just couldn't beat. Nice, Sandy. Oh, that's different, Shakiri. And I couldn't do a guide on that. And the reason being, everyone's account's different. So... Oh... To get 50, let me quickly calculate that. Oh, yes. To get 50 points, you'd need 50 event currency. You'd normally need 300, which means Oh, so you can do that with 3,750 starry gems, to be fair. You can get to 50 points. 50 event currency. Difficult. Finn manages to do it week in, week out. Like, MK done a video on Finn. Finn was here earlier, and his account's insane. But I don't know how he does it. Like, because you get stuff from Realmsgate and it's from Awakens, but I think he does Trial of the Champion quite heavily, and it's not something we've been doing. Oh, no worries, Soul. Oh, bless your heart, man. Robbie, how are you, my friend? Yeah, longer. To be fair, I'd never thought that was possible to do. Oh, mate, Finn is cracking, and I love Finn. Finn's always active on the Discord. Finn's a good guy. We're very fortunate. I think we're very fortunate with who we've got. Robbie, don't. I'll do it. I'll do it tomorrow. We'll talk tomorrow, and or Sunday. Yeah, yeah, but Finn. But the other thing with Finn. Zaptricity, no. Because I think they'd mess it up. Koji, that's fine, bro. You can be late. Yeah, but Vega, you say that, dude. Like when I started my off meta account, which by the way, I'd recommend you do go and have a look. I only had like 200 subs. Like we've got loads more now, right? But I sent out a message to everyone and was like, I need a collab partner. And there was no one. So I just ended up doing it with a random person on the Ardahura's Discord. And I bought every pack. So my random partner got all of this good, glorious stuff. Yeah, so it's possible, it's just hard. Yeah, mate, Samurai, I spoke to Finley today. I still don't know how he does it. So me and him are going to have a proper chat. Because I want to know for my free-to-play Optimal account how to, like, go about it. Because I can kind of figure out in my head how I'd get 2,500 a month. But he does 3,750 every single event. So say that's 2 a month. That's shit ton. That's so many. I don't know how he does it. Oh, Longo, nice, dude. We hit level 100 today. So we are behind you. But we hit level 100, which is nice. Oh, do you want to see my sigil? Check that bad boy out. Will made a nasty comment last week that my skill damage was too low on my Williams. So I decided that I was going to get a sigil that was going to be amazing. And then I ended up pulling this sigil. Vago, skins I like min-maxing. Are they important? It depends what you consider important. It's good to get skins. And why would you not? You can't buy skins. They just come across naturally. Is it? Do you know? I'm so happy you've said that. Do you know why? I had people say that dodge wasn't a very good thing to have, right? And again, I didn't know enough to argue the point, but I was thinking, what else would I want other than skill damage and dodge? Like, I thought that was stacked. And I can still go up one level. I'm struggling on the other ones. I'm struggling with other sigils. I only have 3 sigils now. But, yeah. There he is. Will's waiting for his name to be mentioned. We summoned him. So, yeah, we cleared RFW because of that. And now we can't beat King, Barton, and Cthulhu. I don't get it. By the way, what do I do to beat this wave? I've still got... I haven't got CC Purify. I put Dot Purify. Do I want Dot Purify or CC Purify? Well, they're getting stunned to shit. Yeah, Koji. Okay, for Void Understood. I will look at that next time I do it. Next time I do 70 odd, I'll do that. Oh, okay. Ah. I was like, yeah, we stunned them all. No, we stunned all the Cthulhu's. We didn't stun any of the KVs. Right. We'll do a couple fights. Yeah. And to be fair, Vago, they're not that difficult. Like you, the most important one is for your main damage dealer, right? So if you know that you are, listen, I don't know what the base Aspen skin looks like. I know you're a new player. Don't waste it on a base hero. Make sure you get the Transcendence versions, yeah? So if you're going for Aspen, make sure it's Lord of Fear Aspen's skin, not normal Aspen skin. Just in case you didn't know. I hope that wasn't patronising in case you did know. Insulting my Wukong. Oh, Longo, your face. How are you doing, face? I know you from Discord. I hate the fact... What is it? By the way, right, I'm going to ask this question to all of you. Why do all of you have different names from Discord to YouTube? I have had the same name for everything since I was 17. And I wouldn't dream of changing it. And I see different names on the Twitch. I see different names on YouTube. I see different names on Discord, different names on Reddit. Why are we doing that? Why, Vago? Because then I don't know who I'm talking to. I'm old enough and confused with enough things without you fuckers changing your names up left, right and centre. And then I forget. Gun Lampoon, that is a story that you are never, ever going to hear. Unfortunately, the VH will forever be shrouded in mystery. Mainly because without context, it's going to be probably sounding horrendous. And with the context, it doesn't get loads better, to be honest. So, yeah, we're not going to do that. Mr. Deuce, yeah, but you're still Deuce, so I know it's you. Yeah. And Koji, do you know what's amazing, right? You said you were amazed I remember so many names. I not only know the names, I refuse to call people by, like, the nicknames they put on here if it doesn't make sense to me. So, for instance, Mark, who we all know as Mark, was Le Demon. No chance am I calling someone Le Demon, right? So I said, I need to know your name. But not only do I need to, so I know people's names on here, I have to know them on Discord, and I have to know their actual name so that I'm not referring to them as their silly little different names. Like, for instance, I know, but I'm not going to call him Parasite. That's why I said, if I'm going to talk to you, I need to know your name. So I know he's Matt. Yeah, because I'm not going to call you Parasite. Whereas, like, Koji, obviously that's not your name, right? Koji's, isn't that like an anime thing? Apologies if it's not. Or Paco. I presume Paco's not Paco. In fact, I know it's not Paco's name. But that sounds like an actual name. Le Demon. Parasite. Idle Zeros. Like, I'm gonna call you by your proper name. Or a name. Everyone's done that for me, Matt. Everyone's changed that. So, like, Mark's changed his to Le Demon Mark. I think for my benefit. But, like, Jordan and Ben, like, Sideshow. I'm not going to call him Sideshow when I'm trying to talk about him. So I'd call him Ben. I know it is Ren, to be fair. I know it is. But it's interesting. And I suppose because Will hasn't... I really wish... we literally were talking about this, whether it was yesterday or the day before. I love listening to his longer videos. So I wish he'd do more, right? But obviously, if you're not... If you're not doing loads of... If you don't talk to Will off of YouTube, You wouldn't know his name's Will. So we get people that refer to him as Idle Zeros. Well, there's no chance. Same as like MK. If I ever spoke to MK, I'd call him Mark. I wouldn't call him because I know that's what his name is. And I don't know whether it's just an old person thing, but I don't want to call people by pseudonyms if I can help it. I don't know. Yeah. Kame, how you doing, dude? Me and Kane were talking in DMs the other day. He's Basilisk maining it because he's an absolute sadist and he's decided that's what he wants to do. I don't. You know what's interesting? I don't know where Basilisk falls into the game because I feel like if I'd have ever used a Vulcan, I'd feel like they'd be very similar. But Vulcan's going to be far better at Void campaign, whereas I imagine Basilisk is better PvP. But like Basilisk put up some meaty numbers in boss fighting. MK hates it when non-platonic friends call him by his real name. What's a non-platonic friend? Does he? That's interesting. But yeah, if listen, me and MK have never spoke, so it's not. But if he turned around and said, "I want to be called MK," obviously you'd call him MK. Same as these guys. If one of them said, say Sideshow said, "Oh, can you stop calling me Ben? I want you to call me Sideshow." I'd obviously call him Sideshow. But I'd rather have a name to call someone. It's easier. And to be fair, with MKs, I suppose MK's very easy to say, right? I think people just get very weird with their names that they put as like their nicknames or whatever you want to call it, their usernames. Like Matt, why have you called yourself Parasite, dude? Where's that come from? And I've put that up on the channel members thing because I didn't know what you wanted to be called. I should have just asked you, right? But yeah, I don't know. Oh, okay. Because platonic, in my advert, if you said to me, no, what am I thinking? Platonic is non-sexual, isn't it? Like boys and girls can have a platonic relationship where it's just as friends. So that's why I find it. What did you call it? Non-platonic. I feel like that's a weird word because I don't. What's crazy is that Renville's first language is in English and he definitely knows more than me. Non-platonic refers to relationships or feelings that are romantic. Wait, what? No, Renville. I've just Googled it. Non-platonic refers to relationships or feelings that are romantic, sexual, or otherwise go beyond friendship. Yeah, so a platonic relationship is generally said between a man and a woman when they're just purely friends. So non-platonic would mean sexual relationships. So what you've actually said, and everyone can quote Renville here, is that MK hates it. I don't. Platonic love is... No, that's not platonic. That is non-requited love. I'm sure there is, Ren. Yeah, Samurai, exactly. What did Koji say? Non-platonic is like a deep relation. I don't get it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I was getting confused because I've used the word platonic before. Like, especially when you're at college and you've got friends that are girls that aren't obviously like girlfriends. So you have a platonic relationship with them. I suppose that distinguishes between that and just calling it a friendship. It's just like a friendship. Mark in the streets, MK in the sheets. Love it. That should be his tagline for his channel. Why did Matt not just do Le Demon? No, Mark. Mark is Le Demon. Matt is Parasite. I don't mind anyone having. I'm refer to myself as VH, but that's more of an identity thing. But yeah. Le Demon. But I suppose Le Demon sounds. Does it sound funny in English? Obviously, in French, it just means the demon. I think if you're English or naturally speak English, you maybe think of that as being. I don't know how to describe it. I think if you're natively French, that makes it's not as cringy. But I don't look at it cringe anyway. I'll just refer to him as Mark. Roland. Yes, Connor, that's what I'm trying to say. It sounds a little bit more when you're English and you say it in English, it sounds a bit more cringy. But because he's French, it's not. It's just like the demon, and it's fine. But I suppose it makes sense. Because if you've built up a persona, like say MK's built up a persona over 7 years, and he'd want to be that is MK, because to his friends he'd be obviously Mark, but to the people that don't know him, it is MK because that's the only person they know, isn't it? So yeah, that makes a lot more. That does make sense. To be fair, I get what you were saying, Red Bull. I get what you were saying. Maybe it'd feel weird, a bit too personal. Right, Vago, I think you need to chill out about the Le Demon thing. Mark isn't here, but if he was here, he might be upset you ripped him. But I don't think he does that in real life. Yeah, exactly. I get what you're saying. I do get you. It's like an overly personal thing, right? I'm trying to think of an example, and I can't bloody think of. It's like when sports commentators call the sportsman by their first name when they're referring to them. You sometimes think, well, that's a bit weird, because it's like they're a friend, but they're not a friend. Yeah. Yeah, but Deuce, to be fair, if I was Mr. Beast, I'd probably let people call anyway. Yeah, but he wouldn't do that in real life, would he? He's only, yeah. Yeah, but Ren, that's cultural. See, when I went to college, sixth form, we always called teachers by their first name. But at your primary school and secondary school, up to like the age of 16, you called them Miss or Sir or by their surname. You'd never call them by their first name, ever. But the second you went to like secondary or third education, whatever you want to call it, tertiary education, you'd call them by their first name. Face, we're not going to talk about it. No, because to be fair, he's just got away with it. We're flying through now. I was going to be so gutted if we didn't get any progress today, because the idea, I was thinking that Williams is probably the one that's going to get regressed between VC pushes, because I can keep Aspen built up then. And then I can use Basilisk for PvP. Because PvP is more common, right? So I kind of had it in my head that I'd need him more. Betty bosses are tough. Yeah, well, we're not too fussed. God, you can do it. Damn it. That's okay. And the music stopped playing. Play. There we go. Yeah, we got close there. We'll just keep on going. I've got her core on. I presume I've got her core on. I don't know who else's core I'd have. I've still got dot purify on. I haven't even got CC purify. Maybe you've seen. Oh god, Madeline and Melissa. There'll be enough. It doesn't look like it. It's embarrassing, Ren. So I'm not going to tell you. It's 100. Actually, we'll check after this. So it's either we're either going to Destiny Queen next, or it will be Holmes Young. Basically, I had a bit of a crisis last week trying to decide whether to get another Star Soul or not, and I was getting mixed advice from people that I trusted. So I thought, shit, that's terrible. So I bottled it and just picked Grim. I thought I'd rather make no decision than the wrong decision. Yeah. Oh no, Ren, it's not that at all. That's not why I'm saying it. I'm embarrassed at how high the attack is for where I'm stuck. I'm not embarrassed that accounts have got bigger attack than mine. Yeah. No, it's the other way. It's like when a rich person gets embarrassed that someone calls them rich. I'm embarrassed because I should be further on than this. But then this account, it isn't an old account, but it had a very short period of time where it's been kind of played properly. So I would say that. So we are at 149. I know. And you know what? I could leave it on like overnight. I don't want to do that. I don't know. I don't know if I do or not. Yeah. I need to build up. Like my star spawns need massive amounts of work. Like proper. They're really struggling. That is laziness, to be fair. But yeah, other than that, the treasure train's nice, the Grimoire's nice. I've got the artifacts that I want. I've got the right heroes. Star Souls I still don't know enough about. I haven't done anything with Soul Power because, again, I don't know anything about it. No, I'm not going to rush it. I get no... the problem is this, right? We've actually watched quite a bit of Void Campaign tonight. And I think that's possibly something that annoys me a little bit about this game. Is that it's really hard to like make content on Void Campaign, because it might take an hour to clear a wave, and it's like, well, how do you make that content, man? Like, you don't know when you're going to beat it. It's like, it's hard to give advice. Yeah. So Koji, well, I presume this is where I was getting the different advice, right? I was asking, what should my second Star Soul be? And then people logically said, well, what do you want your account to focus on? And I logically said, because I'm an idiot, I'm not focusing anything. But I have my Aspen for Star Expedition. I've got my Basilisk for PvP. I've got my Williams for Void Campaign. So, like, and then I was getting told either Nova or Plume. Not Plume. I can't remember what it's called. And so no one gave me like a definitive answer. So I was like, I'm just going to pick Grim. I'm going to pick Infusion Stones. So yeah, I don't know. So I don't care who I build next. But I kind of want it to make sense to tie into my next Star Soul so I can just leave the Star Soul on them. Because my Spectre at the moment's acting like a bit of a hoe. Like it's getting passed around everyone. Whereas the second one I have, I want it to stay on a hero. Will, nice. Yeah, I do get it. And I get that. But it's also one of those things that it's really hard. I've thought about this before. When you make like a video, like I was thinking about doing like how to beat Valkyrie waves and stuff like that, right? And how to set up and stuff. But then obviously you're going to get people that say, I don't have this hero or that hero or that hero. I don't have that much energy feed, or I don't have a Dragon Rui. And it's like, it's so hard for who I'd want to do the video for, which would be earlier game players, like just getting into Void Campaign, that kind of stuff. They can't, and I don't mean this in a patronising way, but they'd need to fill in the blanks, but they wouldn't be able to fill in the blanks. So therefore, I don't know who the video would be for. And I can't do a video like you can do, or like, say, Ren could do, because I don't have the knowledge to do it and be comfortable with it. I'd just be parroting shit that you've told me. So it's really difficult. Like, I really struggle with making like mid-game and on content because I just don't feel confident enough in it, which is funny because I know how to set stuff up in the main, but to do it enough to feel confident to tell other people how to do it, I just feel differently. Hey, Speedweed, how you doing? Yeah, but that's it, Ren. That's what I'm saying. So my player base, not my player base, because most of you aren't, right? But most of the people that watch like my beginner guides, they can't fill that hole in, that context in. So therefore, it's almost redundant making the video, which is a shame. Face, what focus? Oh, sorry, Samurai. Yeah. Well, I've done Shakiri. I've done that. I've done like a V4 video. Hey, Saywad, how you doing, man? Oh, Matt, don't worry about that. Listen, it's funny. Sean, who we haven't seen Sean in a few weeks, have we? Sean's got a fat account, and he made me laugh one stream because we were talking about mid game and late game and end game, and his version of mid game was like well beyond where I am, and that was his version. And I didn't. There's no argument. It's just whereas you'll get other people who think that, you know, you've got a Wukong and you're in mid game, and it's just not true. Like it's so difficult. Ultimately, it doesn't matter. I tend to split it up and say pre-level 130, 3 trans heroes. Then once you start getting to Destiny, full Destiny Nirvana, like there's different levels of it, because there is no set in stone early, mid, etc. Yes, skin is different for trans Vagos. That's what I'm saying. Don't pick an Aspen skin. It has to be a Lord of Fear Aspen skin, because otherwise you'll get it and you won't be able to use it. I've seen people do that. So yeah, I definitely have never done it myself. Bear in mind, basically every mistake I ever point out, I've done. So that's how I know it's a mistake. Hey Alex, how you doing, man? Yeah, Finn. I don't think it matters necessarily what we label them as long as people know what we're talking about, right? So it doesn't matter if what I call end game you'd call mid game, as long as we both know what we're talking about, like in context of what we're talking about. I think the reason that I'm more of a fan probably of pushing the stages back a bit is because it can get quite disparaging for a person who's played for a year free to play to be told they're still in early game. So I would prefer to say, well, they're in mid game, even though we know they're probably not. Does it matter as long as we actually both know the situation we're talking about? No. Yeah, but so I don't disagree with that. The main difference would be is that I think with early game particularly, there needs to be maybe a slight separation between like early and fresh. And that mid game is so long. Yeah, it is. And I think, but I think that, and whether this actually matters to people or not, it does put people off. Less so about the mid game. It's more the early game. No, sorry. Do you know what? It's because I'm looking at this as that. You've said glory challenge early game, then it becomes mid game. I'm fine with that. I don't mind that. But from glory challenge to Nirvana is a hell of a journey, isn't it? Yeah, that's it. Well, no, I think Nirvana is a big jump up, right? And ultimately, once you get one Nirvana hero, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, for certainly what I've found, it's easier then to get the second, third, and fourth because you've just got to level them up as you go. Is getting to that stage is a big jump. But even like, I would turn around and say to you that if you had a Wukong Queen and whoever else, like three trans heroes, that's a massive jump from just one, right? So I would say, well, that's I don't know. And also, it depends if you're spending or not. You know what I mean? It depends if you're spending because, for instance, as a free-to-play player, it's not the end of the world to get 6 Transcendence heroes. It's an absolute ball ache to get Nirvana. So yeah. That's it. Ultimately, I don't think it matters. I think sometimes people use it as a stick to beat people with and to say, oh, you're in like an early game still, which I don't like when people do that. We were all there originally, right? I just saw some dodges pop off there from Betty. Yeah, and it doesn't matter. Yeah, Samurai, I'm doing a video. The video will be released Sunday. We have got Sideshow versus Jordan. They are 2 free-to-play players, and they have got Nirvana heroes very recently. Ben is his second or third account, so there's been some Starry Gem gifting, but then he hasn't been able to focus it as much. Jordan's full-on free-to-play, not a penny spent, not a Starry Gem gifted or anything like that, and they've both got Nirvana. And their accounts, you won't believe, when I say this, you won't believe how close their accounts are. Like, even down to par things. I suppose because it's so limited, right? If you started 3 years ago or 4 years ago, it's very limited who you'd build and what you'd build. Oh, sorry, Face. I wasn't looking at what you said. Do you know what? It's not something I checked. Knowing me, mate, it's probably not correct. I'm such an idiot. Do you know what I've done? Do you know what artifact I'm using? Because I haven't changed it. Oh my god. Right. I haven't changed it since the Valkyrie wave. It's because you guys were talking to me. That's way too high, his crit now. I was getting close, though. I was getting very close. He's going to have armor break. To be fair, we'll chuck that. That's fine. Let's see. 60%. I've got well over crit damage now. Did I have... I didn't think I had it infused. Oh, I did. Shit. He's got all of that max anyway. Oh, just put skill damage on. Yeah. Well, we beat the King Barton Cthulhu wave, but then Cthulhu's a ranger, right? Can you imagine me leaving it on all night and it was just that the whole time? But thank you, Face, for pointing it out. The issue is, even though I'm looking at the screen, I don't really look at what's happening because I'm trying to concentrate on what I'm saying. 69.5 or 59.5. Yeah. To be fair, oh, it was the Queen and Natalie. Face, I'm not going to lie to you. I just completely got out of the habit of doing it. That obviously makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Bear in mind the skill damage isn't, the 100 skill damage isn't doing anything for me. Yeah, I know, I'm just being an idiot. Sorry. I don't know why I apologised. Sorry if you're having to watch this. One idiot. Right. 94.5. That's fine. That's fine. Do you reckon? I've been sent by DH Games. It's a long con, right? To find out all the negative things about all you lot and what you lot are all saying. Face, thank you for... Listen. Right. I don't understand this with Williams. I understand it. The idea of abusing balance strike is that you want one hit to not crit. Why do people say they want like 60-70% crit? Because my calculations on that suggest that's bullshit and that you're going to be doing nothing. Okay, yeah, but they don't just say that, like, because in my mind, I was working out, obviously it depends how many hits you're doing. But the second that you don't crit twice, providing you've managed to max out crit damage, you've lost all benefits. You might as well just have the 100%. Obviously, you're then foregoing another imprint to put crit on, etc. Speedweed. I'm not a fan of rushing the Dragon Rui. If you've got what you've said you've got, are you a spender, even if it's a light spender? Yeah. I wouldn't know. I've never ran SSM. And do you know what's really weird? I'm surprised I haven't, because he really interests me. So does Vulcan. So at some point I will use all of them. But yeah, at the moment we're sticking with Williams. Dude, let me tell you right now, being a light spender is by far the best mileage, like your best bang for buck. You can get so much progress spending 10, 15 bucks every time an event rolls around. You don't have to spend 100, you don't have to spend 200. Because what happens when you spend too much money is you end up running into different roadblocks, right? Spending a little bit of money, you don't run low on food. You don't have too many like destiny. Like you get the best of both worlds, I think. It makes the game a pleasurable experience to spend a little bit of money. Free to play is rough, I think. But yeah, spending more just means then to get more progress, you need to spend even more, and it's an absolute pain in the ass. Which is, yeah. But light spending is the good stuff. You know who hits less but more? Saywad. You fried my brain with that. What do you mean? Are you talking about quantity of hits? I'm surprised that DTV is not recommended more for free-to-play players. Nah, Gunland Poot. Do you think that? I would say DTV because DTV at least can be used like PvP, can be used for boss fights. He's not as good as Williams in Void campaign, but this is what Williams does, right? Yeah, but then I'd also say, so Ren, out of interest then, would you say that if all the conditions are hit, that he can burst more than Williams? In which case, wouldn't it make more sense to use DTV if you don't mind sitting there running 10,000 simulations? If he has a higher chance of... Yeah. So shouldn't DTV have a... If he can nuke harder, shouldn't he realistically have a lower attack threshold? What do you mean you're going to send me the math sheet you made? Why do I not already have the math sheet that you made? I love looking at figures. I don't always understand them, but I enjoy looking at it. Yeah, but Koji, do you know why people probably said that? Is because like he's a light hero and you need DGN who's also a light hero. Because when you think about it logically, that doesn't make sense. They're all cost the same, right? But that's how people... Yeah. But no, DT, as I said, I like the idea of him. Yeah, but you'd now need that anyway. Every hero needs to be Destiny, so it doesn't matter, does it? So... Will, I like it. Yes! They dodged! No! No, but it's not even your fault, Koji, because what happens is, right, we get people... Yeah, I was robbed. We get people that... And this is why sometimes people like Will say something, and I'll be like, well, and Will knows I'm not having a dig, and I'll be like, well, that's obvious, right? But apparently it's not obvious, because if you've always believed something as a community, you don't ever question it, right? So where I've come into the community like a year ago, and I don't have all the preconceptions you guys have. See, for instance, when you said about DTV, I'd never have thought that. But of course I wouldn't, because I wasn't around properly when he would have been pushed and he would have been a spender. So, yeah, some really things that seem obvious to me aren't obvious because you've not grown up with it, you've experienced it. And it's a very echo chambery type of game where once something gets said, that's it. And it's very hard to push through that noise and try and correct it. Especially because people don't often want to be corrected or think about new things. Oh, face. I have no issue with Mockman. I have zero issue. To be fair, I don't have a particular dislike for any hero. Yeah, I will. Do you know what, Will? What I'll do, because to be fair, I said an hour and a half ago that I was going to wrap the stream up. Yeah, send it through to me. I'll have a look when I'm done on the stream. I'll have a proper look through. Well, I presume, am I right in saying, right, DTV, to lock down all these ammo, he needs to do a fat round 2 nuke. So to survive, Oscar's Dazzle is going to be very strong at keeping him alive, right? Is that the idea of it? Yes. What Renville just said. Yeah. So I do get why Oscar would be very good for DTV. Yep. Yeah. But I think I'd like suggesting maybe DTV for free-to-play players because it's like DGN almost, isn't it? but she's not very good PvP, I suppose. Oh, you could argue Wukong. I mean, Hanchok said that he's had good success with Wukong in boss fights. But that's why I like the new meta path. The new meta path, I do like. Wukong, Queen, Natalie, Alakita, Vespera, Melissa, Star Alchemist Holmes Young. I actually think they put Arania there because it kind of transitions through. Yeah. But it's really difficult because to test these things, you've got to have someone that's prepared to commit to it, right? Do you know what, Will? I can speak to... I think Ben's got a DTV, a good one. Sideshow. I think he's got a good DTV. But yeah, him and Mockman, I've never built... Thanks, Will. I'll look at it properly. Yeah, there you go. It's good, man. And as I said, I think as long as you speak to the correct people, like with Lucky in the Discord, like Lucky earlier on. Will, did you see that earlier on? Lucky was talking about the Melodic Strings versus Breath of Forest. We got it, baby. We got it. Nah, it's fine. I'll just need to properly look at it. I mean, fuck yeah, it's... So Will, if you in our Discord chat, he's been doing some testing. If you go to just below Star Expedition, he's made up his own thing called Melodic versus Breath, and he's put in there in brackets nerd shit, and I think you'd really like that. So yeah, I would go and have a little look and see what you think. I think you and Lucky are going to end up getting on absolute fire, bro, because he's like you with it. He loves to test it out. And it's a good thing, obviously. It's good to have people like that in the game. Second artifact after strings may go. It depends who you ask. You want to have... It depends. You need energy feed. You need Rui Scepter. People recommend the Breath of Forest second. I don't. I don't think there's any time that you're doing... Oh, we just beat a Gusting Wave, by the way. I don't think that there's any boss fighting that you need to worry about early game that you need to worry about Breath of Forest for. So I'd either start getting your Rui Scepter up or I'd start getting your energy feed up. Personally. So yeah, either Demon Bells or Rui Scepters. Gusting Wave. We'll try once without the anti-class. Yeah. I haven't tried proper Gusting Wave with the Williams. We are overstated though, so like, yeah. We're role-playing as a loafer player right now. Why do I feel like this is going to do alright? Anti-class would have got that, I think. Yeah, I think so. You'll need... Here's the thing, right? Vago. You'll need both of those. You'll need... I mean, look at my artifact guide video. I released it whenever it was. That showed like the collection that you'll need early game. How long it takes you to get them's fine, but that's the collection you want. So I put there that you want to get your Lingering Melody first. Really, I think. And it can be a Melodic Strings, that's fine. Though I wouldn't... Some people go for like Splendid Melodic Strings. I think I prefer just getting 2 Melodic Strings and getting 2 of the origin artifacts if you can go. And then it's Rui Scepter and some energy feed. And then Breath of Forest should be after that. But yeah, some people do disagree with that. But I'm going to speak my truth. Am I being an idiot? No one answered that question. He's a priest. I got it right. Okay. Let's try it. Nice, Vega. Yeah, it's quite. Listen, it's quite an amount you need, but you're gonna have to get them at some point. Rebirth. What should be your second transcendent hero? If you've already got Wukong, you can't go wrong going with Queen. If you want to have a Williams account, then you normally go Williams second. I would still recommend you go Queen because it means you're not committed to Williams. Then you could still build Williams third, and you'll be absolutely fine, right? Pitho laughed at you when you tried to replicate his Lord of Sparkle Still Light on the back. He makes you look like a free-to-play player. Vago. So, for like a demon bell to be useful, it needs to at least be glittery, which means you need 2 of them. For it to be really useful, you need to have at least 3 demon bells to make it radiant. There is no point grabbing 1 demon bell, 1 mirror, 1 Rui Scepter. So yeah, you would kind of semi-commit to it. I think if you turned around and said your next artifact is going to be 4 demon bells, right? And what you would do with those demon bells, you would make them 2 glittery ones. And then I'd go down the route of going for the Rui Scepter. And then when you end up getting more demon bells, you can build the 2 glittery ones up to radiant, etc. That's the way I'd look at it, because you're better off having 2 glittery demon bells than 1 radiant. Yeah. But yeah, that's or 1 splendid rather. That's my humble opinion. But then it's difficult because when you've only got 1 or 2 trans heroes, you can only have 2 artifacts in the field. Like, it's really weird at the start of the game. I just think it's important to make sure that you have 3 or 4 energy feed artifacts, your Rui Scepter, and your Lingering, and then you're kind of fine. If you're going down the route of a round 2 or a non-100 energy starting damage dealer like Williams or DTB, then yeah, sure, you're going to want to get Breath of Forest sooner rather than later. Gustin's cleared, baby. But bear in mind, Wukong's going to be your first damage dealer for a while. You're absolutely fine just having the melodic strings or lingering melody. Well, what have you got? So have you got 2 melodic strings or just 1? I can't remember what you said. No, you need 2. You need to make the melodic strings glittery. So yeah, get another melodic strings, make it glittery. When you make an artifact glittery, that gives you its second ability. 4 demon bells would make it splendid. But I would suggest that you use 4 demon bells to make 2 glittery ones at the very start. And then once you get more demon bells, you can build them up. Because ideally, right? I mean, I don't get this. Maybe you guys understand. Obviously, you want to min-max stuff, right? But why would we want... Why is Splendid Demon Bells the standard? Why is it not Radiant until such time that you build up all your other artifacts? Because I see people saying that you want, like, Splendid Demon Bells and Radiant Mirrors. And I look at it and think, well, why would it not be the other way around? You want the excess energy feed from the mirrors because they only give you 15, they only give you 10 at Radiant, 15 at Splendid. So why would we not want to maximize the mirror energy feed? No, I get that. No, Red, I'm not saying why wouldn't you want Splendid Demon Bells. But people say, like, for instance, so you need 4 artifacts for a Splendid Demon Bell, right? Rather than having 2 Splendid Demon Bells, is it not better having 3 Radiant Demon Bells at the start of the game when you haven't got any other artifacts? Because you're guaranteed more energy from that. Yeah. So I'm not saying that you don't want a Splendid Demon Bell. I'm saying, so for instance, with our friend Vago, I'm saying if I was him, I would get 2 glittery rather than one splendid, because if he doesn't have two glittery demon bells, he's going to have one splendid and then one nothing because he hasn't got any more. So it's like a weird thing. Yeah, so the idea of that's to do with at the end of the round, give her a little bit of overboost so she can do it. Yeah, I feel like, bear in mind, I don't know. I don't want to. To be fair, I'm tired now. I can't be bothered to get into not arguing with you, but there was these people the other day that were saying stuff, and it's one of those things that you'll get people argue a point that's so niche and devolved from the original point that was made. That it's like, okay, you're technically right in that one scenario out of 1,000. That's why you should do this specific thing, but not for what we're talking about. But if you have two of them, it'll give you 30, Will. And you know what? I hadn't considered that. Honestly, do you know what? That makes so much more sense to know. I'm being pedantic when I say you can have two, which I still think two is fine. What you're saying makes obviously perfect sense. Having 15 over 10 doesn't help you, does it? Unless you had two of them. Yeah, Vago, you've just explained it much better than I could explain it. Only at the start, and then you build them up as you go through. Yeah, but Will, I'm talking about for Vago and his early game account. So you're only going to get 40 or 40 to 60 energy if you're getting loads of your heroes do active skills. When you've only got two heroes or 2 or 3 heroes on your team, because that's the only amount of Transcendence heroes you've got, you're not going to be training actives, I wouldn't have thought. So therefore the mirror would end up giving you more energy because it's guaranteed at the end of the round. But it doesn't, as I said, it's semantics. It's not, it's one of those, I said I'd prefer every hero ends up having a good artifact rather than a great one at the start, and then you can build them up. I don't think any of it massively matters, because as long as you have that stable of artifacts, what does matter is when people get Splendid Antlers Cane and Splendid Crown when they don't have energy artifacts and stuff like that. Energy feeds the massive thing I see on everyone's account where they just don't have it. They just don't think, I don't know. Saywad. There you go. You've proved Will wrong. I wouldn't know about that. Energy branch of Purple Infusion listed at 7, thinking it feeds 10. No, it probably does feed 7. I don't. I'm not there. Or I am. But shut up! That delation just killed my guys. But Will on that would know far more. Yeah, Shakiri, what you've said's accurate. The issue with TBB, and this is something that I think, I'm not calling you an early game player, this is something that early game players don't quite understand. The areas in the game that you get stuck at, Betty doesn't help you. So, yeah, there has to be other ways around it. Like, for instance, Valkyrie Waves, and even Gustin's just terrible at as well. Yeah, I've just realised that, Samurai. I was looking. But then also, I want to make sure I kill the Cthulhu's. We got so close to killing it before. I'm not giving up. Yeah, but you don't want to be running Betty against Valkyries. So, people, like, you've fully sublimed your Betty, which is great. But once you cleared Void Vortex, bro, take her down to T1. Or just get rid of her. Because you might be able to rush through to different roadblocks. But then once you get to the roadblocks, you're stuck anyway until your account gets better. She is not going to help you clear the really difficult waves. It's just the way that the game's set up. She obviously also doesn't help you in boss fights or anything like that. And even PvP, Melissa, Madeline, people sometimes use Elena, especially if they see a Wukong and a Betty on the other person's team. Like her CC is not even that strong then. Like it's so, yeah, it's a weird one, Betty. Well, he's true. You do need, listen, every account should have a Betty. But once you've cleared Void Vortex, you don't need her. She still makes things easier, but like, bear in mind, you should have a Wukong. Well, Wukong does what she does. You need a damage dealer thinking Vulcan or Alakita. Alakita is interesting. Will and me are both looking at it. Will's much more looking at it, and Will much more knowledgeable about it. I think it's going to be a little bit more tricky. But yeah, I still Vulcan, as I said, just because he's he's good in like every game mode. I don't get why you wouldn't want to have a Vulcan, because you can always switch it up later, right? It wasn't in the patch notes. So normally, right, what they'll do on the event preview patch notes is right at the very bottom, they will add shit like that. They haven't, so I don't think they're going to introduce it tomorrow. Shakiri. So from what Will said, I didn't see what Ren said. It makes perfect sense that it's Radiant. So you'd need 3 mirrors in total, 2-star. I really like having the mirror as glittery, spiritual mirror as glittery, the deified one, because I think when you spend money, you tend to get the same amount of origin artifacts as you do mysterious ones, and that's a really cheap way of getting rid of origin artifacts. But if you're free to play, it's not worth doing. You'd want to use your origin artifacts for your Lingering Melody of the Universe. Make sure you get a glittery Breath of Forest, which is the Antlers Cane, and then Dragon Rui. So, but if you're a spender, you can definitely do it, because it saves your mysterious artifacts and gets rid of some of your origin ones. But yeah, free to play, definitely don't be getting a spiritual mirror until you've sorted everything else out. Yeah, that's why I on my account, I've got 3 spiritual mirrors deified, and I've got Evil Sonata. I really like the spiritual mirrors. I like the speed boost it gives. But this, because the standard mirror gives you 50 speed, and the Demon Bell doesn't. So the mirror's nice for those reasons. The mirror's nice to boost your support speed up so that your damage dealer is not quicker. 75 and 100, yeah. But it's obviously nicer compared to the Demon Bell, because the Evil Sonata gives you 50. So it is a nice way of getting extra speed. No, Shakiri, it's a mix, dude. This is why it's really hard. You need a mix of Demon Bells and mirrors for different situations. So depending who you're using. And it's really hard to give context. So it's hard to explain. You've got a deified, so you've got a splendid Druid. Do you like it? This is my free-to-play account. No, I'm joking. Hey, Agonize, how you doing, man? I mean, I'd say that you should have two Demon Bells and 2 mirrors so that you can change it. Yeah, Demon Bells are. And because I like having mirrors, I like having Demon Bells. And I think you're fine having both. But it doesn't... I honestly don't think it's going to make this massive difference, especially because ultimately, once you've filled out your Lingering Melody, your Dragon Rui, and you've got your Breath of Forest, like, you can just get more energy feeds. You're going to want that for stuff like Hollow, and if you want to do IDA, you're going to need it for that as well. So, oh, Samurai, that's a great question. Do you know what? I don't think Hanchuk is free to play, is he? I know that Knowles is free to play, and I think he's possibly got the furthest. Ren, are you aware of a free to play player that's got really far? Because the big difference with free to play now, it's not even the A tier, because there are free to plays that have managed to get A tiers, right? But it's things like the Grimoire. Trying to build that up properly and Star Souls properly is so difficult. So like you are just literally capped out unless you get incredibly lucky. That's fair enough, Ren. It takes too much time, mate, to be fair. Yeah. Grim, I imagine, is the big thing. Why have I not got anti-mage on? Right, I'm just hurting myself. I think I've still got anti-priest on. It's funny because I don't... Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I imagine it's a very demoralizing game as an end game free-to-play player, right? Because every time a new power mechanic comes out, it must be brutal. Yeah, 100%. 100% it is hard. Yeah, the thought of doing it as a free-to-play, I can't even imagine. And I think the off-putting thing would be, if you told me this game was going to survive for... Caradale, I'll see you later, dude. If you told me that this game was going to survive for 10 years, I actually think I'd give free-to-play like a really good crack until the time that I quit. My worry would be that if I spent 3 years free-to-play, and then they just shut the game down, I'd be like, no. Because funny enough, I don't mind. It feels better wasting money than it does wasting time because of how much more it takes for you to get somewhere. Like, I know that spending money on this is a waste. So I've made that decision. Or not a waste, it's a decision I've made. But yeah, spending years and years and becoming excellent at something and then having it stripped away from you. Yeah. Yeah, I can't stand the Maddie skin. I might just make it invisible because her base skin's amazing. No, but Koji, I don't agree that it's worse for spenders. Like Renville said, time is money. Like people that spend a lot of money know that one day this is going to end. I feel like the time sink, if you spent years building up a free-to-play account, I imagine it must be devastating if it ended. I mean, it'd be devastating for everyone, especially those that have played this for a long time when the game stops. Yeah, Vago. That's it. I don't know why I'd feel different if I was free. I'd be more annoyed if I was free to play, playing for years and it shut down. I suppose the other side is you could move to like a new game. If you were a spender, you could move to a new game. You could spend money and you could push far ahead. If you're free to play, you're trying to find a new game and you've got to start from scratch again and learn everything again. Like, I think that'd be difficult. Yes, Ren, I like that 100%. I've always said, like, you will spend $40 to go watch a film that's done in 2 or 3 hours, and yet you say you spent 40 quid on a game, and people think you're mental, and it's like, well, no. Or you spend $30-40 on a takeaway, and that's gone in like half an hour, or you spend money on a game. It is definitely an entertainment thing. Definitely. Connor, that would be so fun. That would be funny. I actually genuinely think that would be funny, though. And here's the thing as well, right? You couldn't stop it happening because there's not enough player base to even, like, stop it, is it? Like, you couldn't even be like, oh, we're gonna boycott it and stop spending money, because no one would actually stop spending money. Everyone just says that, and then no one does. Yeah. Yeah, but Vago, that's what happened, dude, back in the day. So I did play when 10 star was the maximum, but I don't really remember it. But I remember vividly E3 coming out. And people went... No, people were okay with E3. People were super pissed about E5 when E5 came out. Like, because it came out very quickly afterwards. And honestly, mate, to get hero copies then, like specific hero copies, was fucking brutal. There was no chests or anything like that to get hero copies out of. You either had to complete events, but you didn't get one every cycle, I don't think. It was rough. It was so difficult. It was so difficult to do it. And then they brought out E5, so you needed 2 more heroes, and you needed 10-star food. Like, what? I can't even imagine what people's reaction was when, like, Destiny got brought out. And the new materials for that. Because that must have felt brutal when that first got released. But yeah. Yep. And obviously, so Samurai, why would a new power creep upset a free to play? It's interesting. I have a position that free to play players, you should always be able to voice your frustrations, but also accept the fact that you're getting stuff for free, right? But then I also think that spenders look down on free to play. Some do, not all. But both need each other to survive, right? Free to play need the spenders to spend the money to keep the game going. And my opinion is that spenders need free to play to populate the game. And as a community, especially a game like this, right? You need a community side to this. Much more so than most games. So everything works together. So I imagine if you're a free to play and you've got quite far in your account, and then they introduced the Grimoire, for instance, you look at that and the figures were flying around when that first got released, and they said, well, it's going to take you like 7 years to max out book 1 from idling. Now, obviously, everyone at that point knew there'd be ways of getting Grimoire Essence, but no one or everyone seemed to ignore that. So yeah, I imagine it is quite destructive, but there's like, you have to take the good with the bad. And I think the fact they've managed to make a game that players have played for best part of 10 years is something to be admired. I think their communication is fucking abysmal and always has been. And that's something that is so easy to fix. Like, communicating with your player base shouldn't be that hard, you know? Samurai, no, they're not. I guarantee you they're not, bro. This is so interesting. I used to be heavy into Fortnite when Fortnite very first came out. I am a pre-season 1 OG, right? Original Skull Trooper and everything. And we used to get really heavily into it. And everyone would be like the same. Everyone would like complain and be like, oh, I can't believe they're not listening to the players. And it's like, no. Just because we're the ones that watch stuff on YouTube, we're the ones that talk about it on Twitter, we're the ones that play it religiously, we make up like 2% of the player base. The other 98%, you aren't seeing what they think because they don't go on YouTube, they don't go on Twitter, they don't go on Discord, they don't go on Reddit. And that's the same with Idle Heroes. A significant proportion of the player base, you have never heard their opinion because they don't go on Discord, they don't go on YouTube, they don't do this, they don't do that. And you know that by going into IDA or going into Brave Trial and looking at people's teams and realizing that they have not spent 1 second actually looking at what's required. So, and most of them people don't spend a penny. Like they don't spend a penny. So you're more likely, by the virtue of you being here, of, yes, speaking and communicating with more spenders. But the main player base wouldn't be. I think the fact is, people probably hated the train because there was complete and utter RNG to it. I think the Grimoire was good because you knew exactly what you were getting, you knew exactly what it cost, and what the benefits to it were. So, and naturally, like, the liberation goes up as your account goes up. So there's no unfair mechanics. Treasure Train. There's so many shit series though. That's the problem. And there is so much RNG. I get why people don't like it. I get why people don't like Treasure Train. But treasure tickets are now much more available, and this kind of happens over time with any mechanic, right? Like you look at how many treasure tickets you get from like the CSG packs and things like that. Like as a free to play, it's still hard, but they're much more available now. Yes. Oh, I can imagine the Awakens did. Yeah. I don't like the train. And I'll tell you why I don't like the Treasure Train. They could have made it so that, like what they've done with sigils, maybe less subdivision-y, right? But they could have had a PvP train. They could have had a void campaign train or just a void train. But instead, they've filled it out with so many abysmal treasures that even if you get lucky, you feel like you haven't. Yeah, I think they could have done it a lot better, personally. But then I feel like they could expand the star spawns and stuff like that. And you just think, is that ever going to come? Probably not. Yeah, trains. I don't like the train. I think it's poorly implemented. But I think as a function, it's good, just not very well done. Yeah. Okay, don't mate. I said 2 hours ago I was going to wrap it up in 10 minutes. And then to be fair, Renville joined, and we haven't spoken ages. Skit joined, and then has been thingying. Last Ochan, that's not. You're not the Discord man, are you? Streamathon. It wasn't supposed to be. To be fair, I've got lucky because I had a meeting that I was supposed to meet someone at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, which isn't early, right? But I have to get up and get ready for it. And that cancelled today. So, fortunately, no, Ubu. I don't have to get up early tomorrow, which is fine. I haven't had dinner. Yet. So I need to sort that out probably at some point. But we're fine for now. No worries, Pac-Man. Listen, I'll give you at least another 10 minutes, Pac. Nah, never. To be fair, the fact that we managed to clear some void campaign has kept me going strong. Definitely. Who said about the speed star spawn? We don't have a speed star spawn. Or am I going absolutely crazy? Holy shit, I didn't even realise it was that time. I was going to say, no, it's 10:15 here. It's because you're Norway. It's 11:15. Oh. And do you know what's even worse? Some of you may or may not have noticed. Most of you probably haven't noticed. For the last 6 weeks, I've been heavy dieting, right? I've lost 1.5 stone. And what I've been doing, I don't eat during the day at all. I have one meal a day, and that's my dinner, and I have a really big meal. So when I say I haven't eaten dinner, what I actually mean is I haven't eaten since last night. I've had a Monster and 2 Pepsi Maxes. So yeah, because I didn't have enough time between getting home and streaming to eat food. What is a stone? So that would be like 11. No, 1.5 stone is like 11 kilos. In fact, it's probably more because I only weighed myself. I weighed myself like a week ago, and that's what I'd lost. But here's the problem. Oh, there you go. Nice. Here's the problem, right? I consider. I know it is, and to be fair, Reddit's not just that, mate. So my 36-inch trousers were a bit tight and snug. So now I'm back down to the 32s. With food, I have it's not an eating disorder, right? But if I eat food, I have to be full, like proper full, or I want to continue eating. to the point that if I have breakfast, I don't normally eat breakfast, but if I have breakfast, I can't just have like 2 slices of toast. I have to be full. And what that then means is I get to like 11:30, 12 o'clock, and I need lunch, but I need to have a big lunch. And then work finishes, and I'll go home at like 5:30. And on the way home, I'll be like, oh, I'm hungry. I'll pick up something from the shop, and then I'll have dinner. And it's so weird. Or I do what I do now. I don't eat till like 6, 7 o'clock. But I'm fine. I don't even get hungry during the day. But the second I eat, I'm really hungry. So I have a really big meal. No, do you know, I've been sticking. It's about 1,400 calories a day is what I've been doing. But just in one meal. And it's a big meal. Like, it's a big meal. But yeah, it's worked. And I'm going to continue it because I'm happy doing it. But I at my heaviest, I had 42-inch trousers, 42 or 40-inch trousers that didn't fit. And I was just shy of 20 stone, which is 280 pounds. Or in kilograms, I don't know what that is, 120, 135 kilograms. And then I got down to 13 stone, which is 66, 80 kilograms, or 160, 170 pounds. But on my frame, I looked a bit sick because I'm 6'1", but I'm really broad. So being that kind of weight, which is like a normal weight for people, I looked a bit ill. So I think my goal is to sit quite happily and healthily on like 200 pounds or 85 kilos. That's kind of what I want to be at. Yeah, it's too small for my size. 13 stone was too, which to be fair, 13 stone at 6'1". If you look on like the BMI scale, it's probably overweight. It fucking wasn't. I was like a 30-inch waist, and so it really wasn't very healthy. But yeah, I've always had a problem with food. I'm terrible with it. Always been horrendous with it. But you're 6'2" and 66 keys. So that's like 10 stone. So you are skinny, Connor. Yeah, well, this I've always been. I was always weird when I last time I got a suit. I had a I had a 34 or 35-inch waist, but a 46-inch jacket. And it was really hard to try and find those sizes because normally you have like a 6-inch difference, whereas mine was like 11. So, yeah, I was quite a triangle. Yeah, Connor, but I've got a couple of cousins like that. They're bean poles, but but they can't put on weight if they wanted to. They both go gym and they can't do anything with it. Yeah. Oh, bless you, Vago. But it's difficult. Like, I think I've been happily married or not happily married. No, I am happily married. I've been with my wife now for 16 years. So you get comfortable, right? You have kids, you work, do fucking YouTube. So things like going to the gym is just not, it's not feasible, right? I'm not doing it. So I therefore have to do healthier food. Saywad, are you an absolute? You're 6'2", 103. Yeah, so you're 15 stone. So to be fair, you're basically what I'm 6 at the moment. I'm 6'1" and I'm 101 kilos. So we're about the same, Saywad, to be fair, at the moment. But I need to slim down a bit. I know I'm not doing it in a healthy way, but it's better than not doing it anyway whatsoever. No, what I mean is because I didn't want to say I've been married for 16 years because I haven't been. but I've been with my wife since I was 18, and I'm 34, so 35 soon. Yeah, Kay, that's not true though, because that takes a significant amount of time and effort, which I don't have. So yes, you're right with what you're saying, but I can't go and spend 3 or 4 days down the gym and do all that kind of stuff. So for me, that's not viable. Obviously, I understand what you're saying, and you're right. I don't look a day over 33. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Will. Yeah. Well, I dropped from that £280 down to 140, 34, 165. So I lost £115 in 7 months. I started in the February, and by my birthday, which is October, I was 13 stone. So I started in February. So yeah, and do you know what's crazy with that? And I swear to God, that wasn't exercise. I didn't do any fucking exercise. I had a very sedentary lifestyle. That was literally from that day on. I did have lunch when I was done that, but like dinner was like chicken and broccoli because I love it. No rice, no carbs, no nothing. There was no takeaways. I didn't drink fizzy drinks. I just drank water. So in 7 months, I just fucking shed weight. So that's why I don't get it. When people say stuff like you have to exercise, you have to do this, it's like you don't, because I didn't. I went from 44 inch waist to 32 inch waist in 7-8 months. Yeah. Yeah, but then I put loads back on, Connor. So then I went back up. So so start of February, I was probably encroaching 17 stone, which 140. Oh my God, I can't even fucking figure it out. I'm so tired now. 235 pounds, but I'm now at about 205 pounds or whatever it is. I get all my calculations mixed up. I'm 15 stone. I was like 16 and a half, 17 stone. But I always do this. I always drop weight really quick. And if I stop the energy drinks, I promise you, within another 2 days, I'd lose half a stone. Because like that, and cutting out the carbs, I lose like half a stone immediately. But most of you would do that anyway. Because every gram of carbs is 3 to 4 grams of water. So if you literally cut out your carbs and you normally have 150, 200 carbs a day, you instantly lose a shit ton of weight. But then obviously the second you eat carbs, it goes back on again. Yeah, Samurai, every time I get hungry, which to be fair, the first week was really difficult not eating during the day. Since then, I don't get hungry during the day at all. And then the second I eat, I'm like, oh, I'm starving. But yeah, I have a red Monster, a white Monster, and I have a Pepsi Max during the day. That's what I have. Oh, listen, when people get absolutely ripped, you've never met like it's fun. I don't want to be horrible to people. I don't mean it in a nasty way. You know, like when you see those people that are absolutely shredded, yeah, down the gym, or you see them walking around or whatever. As I've got older, I've realised this. My family has dealings with nightclubs and stuff like that, so I know quite a few of the bouncers and over the years the doormen, and basically all of them are poor, right? And the reason is very straightforward. You can't, even if you're taking steroids or tren or whatever you're doing, you can't get that big without spending an exorbitant amount of time working out, without spending an exorbitant amount of stuff on food, which means you can't have a normal job. It means that you can't say, it means you, generally speaking, have to work antisocial hours because you're doing jobs that don't pay very well, like doorman. And and it means you spend all your spare money on food and gym memberships. So like, it's a weird lifestyle, and I don't look at people when they're huge and shredded and think that looks good personally. But then I'll look at someone like Ozempic. Never. I could never do it. I could never do it. Yeah, but I don't get it, and I don't know who it's attractive for either, other than themselves and other people like it. It's like a self-fulfilling thing, right? Yeah, it's so expensive. Yeah, but it's a lifestyle. Like, you can't have a 9 to 5 job and a family and go to the gym 3-4 hours a day. It just doesn't work. It doesn't work, right? If it's not even the food, it's a Vago, but it's like you have to look at the macros and get a certain amount of protein, right? So it's all about, right, I have to have chicken and I have to have this and I have to have that. Like chicken, so because I buy chicken, chicken's so expensive. And the amount you have to buy, because obviously if you're building up muscle, you can't be in a calorie deficit. So if you were like my size and I wanted to get shredded, okay, I could cut first. But then I'd want to be on like 4,000 calories a day whilst going to the gym. 4,000 calories of clean eating, like protein, so expensive and time consuming as well. Oh, 100 kg, yeah, that's been known for ages, doing like shuttle runs and stuff like that. I'm not going to the gym, say bad. I know I can't go to the gym and not eat food. You have to do it well and properly. Yeah. Yeah, but you lose fat first over muscle. Your fat stores is the cholesterol, so that gets taken away first. Ultimately, I don't care. I'm happy doing what I'm doing. I'm fucking starving. We've been streaming 5 hours, guys. I thought tonight was going to be a 2 hour long stream because my dog wasn't very well. So my dog hasn't been out in 5, but she hasn't asked to go out, to be fair. So I think she's fine now. Shakiri, nice seeing you again, dude. I'll see you later, brother. Do you know what we haven't checked tonight? Do you know what we got last week? We had 19 new subscribers, which was wild because we don't normally get any subscribers on stream. We don't do it for the subs, we do it for the love, right? We started off at 1601, 1618. So we've got 17 on the stream. If you're watching and lurking, make sure you're subscribed. Last, we haven't got SSM. As much as Will would like me to have, we don't have him. Yeah, and Vago, to be fair, it's not that much of a time commitment. I'm just not going to do it. And I know that I'd start and then I'd hate myself. Samurai, have I? To be fair, I haven't even been looking at it. Listen, we're gonna. My ears are even hurting from wearing the headset. We are going to call it there. We can definitely beat this wave. We'll give it a couple of minutes. I hope everyone's going to have a fantastic weekend. Now we've pushed some in the Void campaign, we probably are going to... Calisthenics, Paco, that's what I'd like to do. That's what I'd like to do. No, you're not, Kay. You use your body weight against it, so you're supposed to use... That's what it's good for. And I have a garden room that I could definitely do it in. Do you know what I did 2 years ago? 2 years ago, when the Euros were on, I spent all summer in that thing after work, watching every single football game, and I set up some stuff out there. But yeah. I'm tired and hungry. Oh, we ain't going to beat this. Matt. Listen, guys and or girls, it's been good stream. It's been nice and talkative. Ren, it's been really nice that Ren was here. Ren coming back in. It's just kind of session with the missus. Yeah, okay, yeah. Anyway, have a great weekend. We'll continue talking. Will, I'll need to get more detail about what you sent me because I don't understand it. But I appreciate you all watching and listening. The support, to be fair, the last couple of weeks has been amazing. We had that little blip. And I have a feeling VHL was the cause of that. Stressful starting that account, spending a month solid playing it, and it was just brutal. I'm happy to have got back on track and that you guys are here. But yeah, I'll catch up with you guys over the next couple of days. Other than that, obviously make sure stay safe. VH out.